Yo, yo, how's the audio, people? How we doing? Is the audio good? Is the audio good? Are we good? How is everybody? How is everybody? Um, so for those of you that don't know, it is presently nearly 8 p.m. here in Los Angeles. But tonight, and I was considering just not streaming and going to a bar, but you know me, I don't drink, so but the World Cup, the American portion of the World Cup has been initiated in the city of Los Angeles. The United States is playing Paraguay. Um, what is the score at right now? And it is really unexpected. It's 3-1 right now for the US. How does Paraguay's team like typically perform? I would be like super surprised if the US beats a South American nation in soccer. Hold on. Paraguay's lost to the US before. So um in the first World Cup in 1930, Paraguay lost to the United States 0-3. Damn. Damn, history repeating itself. Very, very interesting. Okay. Well, to get us started here, does anybody remember Andrew Tate? Remember that guy? He was like the biggest deal my senior year of high school. Everybody was like talking about him. People were mimicking him. People were calling each other brokies and shit. Um, has Beckett agreed? No. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you. I'll take a look at that in a sec. But do you remember Andrew Tate? Well, he put out a video today that looks like it could be very interesting. Nice little. Hold on. Let's take a look. Did he even respond to your DM? No, he's not gonna debate me on this. Let's take a look. Whoa. It's a good thing that didn't spill. Fuck, that would have been bad. Sneeko tried to have sex with me. Very, very interesting. Let's take a look.
So it seems he's got himself exposed and all these revelations are going to come to light. So I'm going to tell you a very factual story. I'm not Gossip Girl. I'm not here
I forgot like the way he talks and
to
everything
insult
too.
anyone. I have no personal vendetta against anybody. I'm not mad at anyone who's ever insulted me. I'm just a guy. And I'm just here to tell the version of the story as I lived it. I'm just here to tell the truth. That's it. I'm just going to tell you some facts. A few years
He has like a weird like hybrid accent. So his like I'm pretty sure it got like he was born in America. His father was an American chess player, but he like he lived in the UK for a while. He's like a weird accent.
years ago, there was a streamer, I think everybody knows who I'm talking about, who was obsessed with me. If I got a girl's number on Fresh and Fit, he tried to do the same thing. Every single thing I did, he copied verbatim. He tried to be me, literally be me. He was obsessed with me. And I thought he just wanted to be
That's true. I think that's accurate. Sneeko obviously derived a fuck ton of inspiration from Andrew Tate, down to like, do we actually think like Sneeko would have like, Sneeko was not born Muslim, right? He converted. I'm I'm pretty sure that happened after Andrew Tate. No.
famous, and that turned out to be a homosexual obsession. He came to Romania with two people who I respect very much, Myron and Fresh, great guys.
You know what's so fucking weird about Sneeko? I watched one of his videos a long time ago before he was like the guy you know, and it was good. It was actually like it was introspective, it was insightful, it was like a video essay. And I thought that the guy making it was very creative, inspired, able to articulate himself well, and I thought he was gonna do great things. I thought he was gonna do great things. So like the guy you know today, The guy you see today, it's just like bizarre to me. He's like devolved as a person.
They managed to convince me to allow him to come. He came there and started acting really fruity and really weird. He started telling me that he had this cuck thing that was exposed. He had this big cuck scandal, and he asked me what I think about cucking and if it's normal to explore your sexuality and if I've ever tried it. And I said, look, I'm older than you, bro, and I've never tried that. I don't think that's normal. And then he started saying, isn't it normal just to try new things? Don't you think it's normal to be curious? How do you know if you're really gay or not unless you've tried being gay?
Okay.
And then I realized he was coming on
That's true.
to me. And when I realized he was coming on to me, I thought the best thing I can do is just not talk to him anymore. Because I don't like this gossip girl stuff. I don't want to be a drama merchant like he is.
If that was all that was said, I don't know if he was necessarily coming on to him. I mean, I guess it depends on the context and how he was saying it.
My brand isn't sitting online and constantly insulting other people like his is.
Is that not literally his whole brand? I feel like that. What else is he known for? I feel like that is literally his entire brand.
So I thought, let me just cut him off. He's obsessed with me. He's a bit weird. I don't want to ruin the guy's career. Let me just go his own separate way. Since then, he has mentioned me every single day in every single stream he does. Andrew Tate wore a gambling t-shirt. Andrew Tate drove a car. Andrew Tate drunk coffee. Andrew Tate this. Andrew Tate that. He is obsessed with me. And if you see the way he talks about me, you can see in his eyes. It's not because he is morally superior. It's not because he just wants clicks. It's a homosexual rage, which is suppressed.
Okay, this is funny, Snark. I don't believe that Sneeko is actually into Andrew Tate, but it is very fucking funny, Snark.
Guys, I don't like saying this. I feel uncomfortable making this video. I wanted all of this to go away. I just said, no, I'm not gonna fuck you, bro. Get out of here. I just tried to ignore the kid for 5 fucking years. Here we are 5 years later. He won't stop talking about me. And if you watch him do it, guys.
5 years? It's been 5 years they haven't been talking? What?
Watch him do it and look in his eyes while he does it. It is a suppressed homosexual rage. He is enraged. Now he's Muslim LARPing. He's Islam LARPing. Constantly LARPing about Islam while being gay in private and taking drugs in private. As opposed to me, who keeps my faith private and my internet. He keeps his faith on the internet and in his private life is completely haram. So we can discuss.
What? Dude, it is literally Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man. You want to talk about, like, people who LARP as Muslims, but, like, live a lifestyle, like, that is, like, completely, like, incongruent with the teachings of the Prophet, right? I mean, I feel like that's you. That's literally you all the way. You were, like, pimping out. You were literally, like, pimping out and trafficking women for OnlyFans, allegedly. Was he convicted? Like, I mean, you know what? Okay, you know what? I just realized, that would not be the right point to go down, would it? What does he do that's incongruent with Islam? Does Andrew Tate drink?
Which one of us is the real Muslim if we want to have that conversation? But I live in an Islamic country. I live in Dubai. He lives in New York. You know, he walks around during Pride Month in New York. Guys, I really didn't want to do this video.
Don't they literally have, like, fucking slaves, like, in Dubai?
But it's all coming to light.
Also, Dubai... He's like, I live in a Muslim country. I live in Dubai. He's aware the country, it's the UAE, right?
I woke up this morning with a few text messages from people who know very well saying, is it true that this person does these things? And I'm like, oh, so this is about to blow up all over the internet. I said a long time ago to Sneeko once on one of my emergency meetings, I said, don't come at me, bro. Because I could have ruined your career, and I didn't. I am the nicest man. If he had this kind of information on anyone else, he'd post the screenshots, he'd sit there like a little girl, he'd do a full breakdown, he'd talk about it for years. I'm the top G, because that's who he is. I've known he's gay forever.
This guy's... okay, if I have this correctly, Sneeko wanted to fuck Andrew Tate and got turned down, allegedly. He's an imposter that is pretending to be a Muslim and also pretending to be the top G, but he's really not the top G, whatever the fuck that means.
And I didn't care. He came on to me. It was weird. It's going to come out what he's really been up to. You're going to see he's not a pinnacle of Islam. He's not a pinnacle of morality. He's very far from it. And that's why I had to stop talking to the guy. So I'm making this video now just to make it clear that I rejected him. I said no. That's why
that was
he
a
won't
very
stop
nervous
talking about
laugh.
me. That's why you can see in his eyes he is so angry. That's why I am the content of his entire life. That's why, because I said no to the kid. I hope he...
I feel like everybody like online has their own personal like villain, I guess. That you just like wish the worst for them, A-log the fuck out of them. Everyone's got one, okay? Everyone pretends to be above it all, but everybody has one. And you know, people like to say that people love to use terms like obsessed, etc., acting like this is just not like common on the internet. And you know what? I think you should find a person in your life you really don't like and blame them for all of your problems and snark them online for money. I think that's a smart strategy. Are you not aware there was just a huge expose on Andrew Tate in New Yorker? Just I almost thought this guy was a great person. What? I thought Andrew Tate was a stand-up guy, a decent moral man who was just so selfless and non-narcissistic. The New Yorker has completely dispelled this image that I've crafted in my head of him.
You know, works it out. I wish him well. No matter how much he insults me, how much he wants to be me, he'll never be me. He's never respected like I am. He'll never achieve the heights of fame that I achieve. He'll never surpass me in
Me talking about Beckett?
any realm, no matter what. So I really, truthfully wish him the best. I didn't want to make this video. I'm only making it because it's all coming to light now. And I want everybody to see that, once again, Tate was right. If you see Tate do something...
QQ, what can you TLDR? What was he exposed for in the New Yorker?
It's because he's right. If you watch my entire career, all I've done is predict the future flawlessly. I stopped talking to him years ago.
And, you know, nobody's more humble than this guy, okay? Nobody is more humble and, like, down to earth than Andrew Tate.
Because I knew he was doing drugs. I knew he was gay. I knew he was going to BDSM clubs and doing all this kind of weird shit. I didn't want to be hanging around with some little fruity nigger who was getting tied up by...
What the whoa? Wait, I didn't know he was gonna... Okay.
Dudes and bummed. I thought that's weird. I ain't hanging around with this guy who's going to sex clubs in New York, getting tied up by dudes and ass fucked. I'm not doing it. So, here's the truth. That's the reason. I'm not going to talk on this again. He's going to tweet.
Andrew's half... I understand that he's half black, but, like, there are some black people that can say that word and sound racist saying it. Raven's like 10 of the... But the other one is Mario Judah. When I heard back in 2020, when Mario Judah hit the scene, I just like, it was like, there was like an emphasis in the way that he said the word where it just sounded racist.
About me and talk about it for the next 200 years, and you're going to see the rage in his eyes, the suppressed homosexuality. That's a him problem. I'm busy winning. That's my version of the story. So when you see all this crap come out about him, I rejected him. I said no. And there's going to be some other people.
What's coming...
Who are exposed that perhaps said yes, but I said no.
Got it. Okay. Well, thanks for this information that we didn't ask for. If this actually makes sense, if he's doing this in response to a new expose from the New Yorker, Trump does the same thing. Whenever there's like some new controversy that's unfolding or something that looks bad for him, he'll purposefully make a super outlandish statement so that dominates the media cycle. And like, that's what everyone's talking about when there's like an actual story of some wrongdoing, like underneath him trying to be provocative. It's a real strategy that people use. I remember what was it in response to when Trump started like saying he was gonna revoke Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship and stuff? Was that the Epstein files when that was dropping? Yeah. Or yeah, the Epstein files. Who wants to learn about government alien files? True. My UFOs. Yeah, it's a real strategy. Oh my god, dude. Everyone in IC is just like in their Minecraft phase right now and they're doing nothing. We need everybody. We need you know that poster that says feel surrounded? That's their plan. You know the anti-snark poster? Well, I don't know about anyone else. I'm my own guy here. That's my plan. Okay? Anyone with a Twitter account, start liking and retweeting me, each other. We need to build a machine. Okay? Make them feel surrounded. That's our plan. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I just noticed the light because the sun's still up. I mean, to briefly go over it, because I know we talked about it a lot the other day, and yeah, I'm preemptively timing out Andrew for an hour because he's gonna try to one guy the fuck out of this segment really quickly. Um, I'll see you in a few minutes, Andrew. Really quickly, for those of you that weren't noticing, I was beefing with Beckett again, back and forth. Last night, shit hit the fan. There's been many rumblings. We'll just quickly go over that, but I'm not going to spend too much time on it because why should we be having a back and forth on X? We're both streamers. You're deciding to publicly litigate your opinion. I'm publicly litigating mine. Why don't you get in a fucking call? Like, you could pick the moderator even. Um, Hold up. Stop calling it X. It's too late for that, man. Here we go again. It's gonna be quick. So, I guess I like my own shit. So basically, and Ali Khan has been Ali Khan was right, and Ali Khan has been grilling Becky on this. But basically, Beckett is now trying to contest. Check every comment on Lyo's Facebook going back to 2009 prove she's not there. God, you guys are retarded. This account clearly isn't a Brandon one. It's Lyo's original Facebook. He also has locked down and made efforts regarding privacy settings. I can't even see most of it. So this was a lie. You want to know how this is a lie? Because if you were to just read this on the surface level, you'd think, oh, this is like his Thomas Guerra Facebook, not his Lyo. No, this is the Facebook that he uses for his Lyo convoy activities. And it's not private and locked down. There are 19,000 posts that everyone has access to that are public, where the likes are public, the comments are public, etc. So this just isn't true. Any relevant detail or any relevant information that he's claiming is locked down is in fact not locked down. And he leaves it like this to sort of imply that the account, there's nothing on the account, right? So I just reply with, you're just lying again by omission. The account is part of his brand. He uses it primarily for Lyo convoy related posts and argue people / post those arguments. You're trying to mislead people into thinking this is some relatively obscure personal Facebook separated from his brand. Also, love how you ignored the part where she posted voluntarily identifying info, voluntarily identifying herself as his wife, as he commented on it to argue and also identified a Facebook photo of her for the public. No wonder you won't debate me on this. So if you were to just read his statement with no context, you'd think that was just like his personal Facebook. It's not. That he this is all like he's posting the arguments he's having on YouTube. It's not like this is his like personal Facebook that he's using for his family photos. This is his YouTube affiliated Facebook. And then all I say is, and this is where Wick comes in. All I say is, you can see 19,000 posts and photos. So then that gets quote tweeted by Wick. Wait, where's the... Wait, you went through 19,000 posts and photos to find the guy's wife's info so you could post it? And you aren't a... This is like, can anyone tell me what's wrong with this? Can anyone tell me what's wrong with this? Okay, you have to make it less obvious. Baka, oh, it's obviously Andrea. But anyways, as I was saying, really quick, guys. As I was saying, I've always explained how I found her, right? I had assumed that her first, I knew he gave out her last name, and I had assumed he gave out her first because I had known it along with a bunch of info that I broadly knew from watching hours and hours of calls of his. I put in the keyword Lao Convoy while I was at 12:36 a.m. while I was intoxicated. I put in the keywords Lao Convoy and then first name. And that's the first result. It's like some troll channel with like all the fucking Facebook shit up on it. I didn't think that any of this was like, I didn't think that his wife was anonymous, because if she was, that would assume her identity hasn't been outed. And so why would you be proudly giving out like the address she lives at and shit, right? And your full legal name, etc. And it turns out I was correct. But the argument they've pivoted to is intent, right? They've now pivoted back to intent, but we'll get into that in a sec. I didn't go through 19,000 posts. I didn't even go through her Facebook, right? At the time. After the fact, when we were trying to demonstrate the like origins of this information, why it's so widely known and disseminated, it came originally after being spread by this person, spread from this person, spread from this person. It originally came from Lyle and his wife herself on their respective personal Facebook accounts. And it's not obscure. She has entire posts identifying herself as his wife, right? And he's replying under her, etc. I only say the 19,000 number because this is... Huh? Like, they took this to mean that I manually went... Whoa, what the fuck? Beckett was saying the account was locked down, so I'm just saying, no, there's 19,000 posts. And they're like, buddy, I don't think you pointing out you scored 19,000 images to see if you could find his wife's info makes you... I didn't. I literally just looked at the profile. It says right there, 19,000. They actually think the interpretation off of this is that I manually went through 19,000 posts. Are you retarded? You can go look at the whole argument on Twitter if you're interested. Like and retweet everything. But back to Becky's role in all of this. By the way, you have no reason to trust Wick on this, because Wick acknowledges in DMs with some random woman that he was pretending like he thought my jokes were serious for tactical benefit. So you cannot trust him to give any honest assessment of anything that I'm doing at any given point in time, because he's already outed himself as somebody that is that will not state his actual opinions, so long as it makes you, look bad. The account is still up. I looked up Lyle Convoy real name on YouTube, and there's a fake wife account that says, "Hi guys," on am full name, live in Texas. Yes, the account is still up. The place I got it from, yes. Because after it was outed by me, right? And it wasn't outed by me, but after it was outed years before me by Gilded in a 20,000 view video by Kumo, and then spread on archive channels, disseminated by others, they took no efforts to obscure it. Because Lyo never considered this dox. That's why his wife was brought around the shitters that he was taking in and had allegations made against her as a result. That's why, because she was a part of his online presence, and part of his online presence is, right, she's not like totally a part of it, but she's part of many aspects of it, and part of his online presence is, under his full real legal name, proudly gives out his address to show that he's like an open book and isn't scared of anything, etc. And has given out like every conceivable piece of PII about himself. And his wife, when somebody put a photo of her in their video, Kumo, from her Facebook, that anyone could have reversed image searched at the time, he just says, "That's my wife. That photo there, that's my wife." Because they don't consider it dogs. She is not a part of his online presence, you absolute liar. Yes, you want to call in about this? What's the lie? He invokes her and talks about her across like maybe like I like fucking how many VODs in total? And then she's like actually being there's allegations against her in his drama relating to his found family, and he's using her for his allegations as well. When he brings in Jordan, one of the claims that he made at the time was that Jordan, this random mentally ill person that he brought in to live with him, right, was like being rude to his wife and shit. Then, when trolls are beefing with him, his wife publicly posts a screenshot of this on her face and identifies herself as his wife. One Guide by Dreamers, a rough look. Yeah. All right, but back to Becky. So, I love to argue. I love to argue, and I've been doing it on Twitter again. I haven't done this in a while, but I actually like if you won't debate me, I get some like tantamount satisfaction in replying to you with an essay. It's no secret. So Beckett says, this is just fucking sad, bro. Let's talk about goalposts, because Aiden has so far tried several angles. Okay, so what do you guys think a goalpost is, out of curiosity? What do you guys understand a goalpost to be? A goalpost would be like the standards for the concession to the opposing argument, right? So if your concession, it keeps changing. Like for example, if you say, you have no evidence that this guy murdered someone, right? And then you prove that somebody's never murdered someone. And then they say, oh, wait, look at his criminal record. He clearly did assault somebody. That would be a goalpost moving, because the win condition being, you know, that this person murdered someone changes, and they don't get a concession as a result. All of these things that he's citing are just facts. They're just like facts that are about the, not like the argument itself. So that like, you're like, he thinks a situation has one facet. Like if you say two facts about a situation, it's a goalpost shift. All of these things are true and simultaneously exist. That doesn't change the goalpost, you fucking moron. Being drunk. Is anyone disputing that I was drunk? I was obviously fucking intoxicated. Even Dickers like attests as such. Goat sending him info. Goat sent me a photo of Lyo's wife's face. Yes. Kumo / Vlad. Yes, Kumo did put a photo from Lyo's wife, a photo of Lyo's wife from her Facebook in his video, and Lyo then identified that as his wife. Vlad showed photos of Lyo's wife's Facebook multiple times, and then showed a screenshot of the specific part of the Kiwi Farms thread that her Facebook page, which is still public, it was displayed on, right? Directing people there, as well as showing her face. I don't know what he means by KF. A mystery video. I don't know what he means by a mystery video. I guess what he's now doing is he's trying to cast doubt on my reasoning that I derived this info from a troll YouTube channel, but somebody who's in the chat right now literally just searched it up and found that exact same channel as the top result. I've shown Beckett the channel. I've shown Beckett my search at the time that led me to that channel, and he didn't dispute it. So I don't know what the fuck he means by a mystery video. It's not a mystery. I've shown it to you. Comments on Facebook. Also true, right? They comment on each other's Facebook, his public-facing Facebook, and her public Facebook. That doesn't necessarily mean you can use info from it, so long as it's not linked to the public online presence, except she voluntarily links it to his public online presence. And he does the same back to her. Guessing her job. So I've explained this, and even J-Stalk, while I was beefing with him, defended me on this at the time. What Lyo says this publicly. She's like a scientist, right? I guess the name, and I don't actually know if she works there or not, okay? I don't actually know, but I guess the name of, I think it was, actually, I don't even remember, I'm not going to confirm anything, but like, I guess, like, it was like I said the name of like the most popular. Here's a good example. I know somebody's a published academic in California or something. So I say, I know you work at the University of California or something, right? That could mean UCLA, UC Berkeley, UC Merced, UC, like, it doesn't even denote a specific campus. And if you just know that somebody's an academic working in California, that would be something you could totally conceivably guess. Even Jay Snark gave that to me at the time, right? Peach's DMs with Jordan. That's just a detail. That has nothing to do with my argument. Just take some responsibility. Take some responsibility. I was literally raped for 6 months. Right, you know, and rightfully, I was being a jackass. I was being incredible. The thing is, right, although I didn't think I was doxing her at the time and was just under the assumption that because I knew her first and last name, that was provided by him, and I'm pretty sure that it was, right, or I was at the time, I didn't have enough basis to believe that, right? So it was still incredibly reckless to take that gamble. Ultimately, it turned out to be true, but it was still incredibly reckless to even take that gamble to begin with. I was really pushing the line, right? And it was just a stupid fucking thing to do, right? It was a reckless, stupid decision. So I just reply with this. I address every single point, and then he just says I'm crashing out or something. So, awesome. But he won't call in. He'll never call in. The Barbie video Lio spread is 100. Yes, I know he was trying to dox her. Why is he afraid to talk to me? Because he can't engage with my arguments. I address everything that he laid out here. I provide my explanation, and I am happy to do so again and again and again and again and again and again and again until he can fucking contest it, which he cannot. He can just posture and grandstand and weasel his way into, he'll give a concession and then weasel right back out of it, right? Because he has nothing besides his vested interest in defending somebody. The only reason Beckett is, I used to say this about Beckett, and I look like such a fucking idiot in hindsight. I used to say, you know, Beckett turns on people or whatever, or sorry, doesn't turn on people. Beckett defends everyone and placates everyone, but I know that when my day comes, Beckett is going to be the last guy standing with me. I was fucking wrong because I failed to consider that his love for Lio Convoy is something special. Something that many can come up with their own theories on that. But Beckett has gotten in calls to argue when I was in the middle of being a vocal critic of Lio's, Beckett would get in here to argue that he's changed or they're exaggerating or infinite charity applied to Lio. Yet you claim I'm doxing. I prove that I did, or you claim I originated info. I prove I didn't originate it. You claim I'm doxing. I prove to you that I didn't dox, and then you have to walk that back, right? And now because I'm being mean to you, you weasel your way back into it by saying, well, actually, his intent. Okay, what was my intent then? Was my intent to make her information available for the purpose of harassment? Why did I then post that in Icy? A place where everyone hated the ACC shit. That's why I made an ACC chat with the people that were joining just to talk about Lio. If I was trying to make her information available for the purpose of harassment, why didn't I put it in that chat? Why put it in a locked chat to disinterested parties? Yeah, somebody literally found the same fucking channel that I found while I was drunk just now. Because it's still up, because they don't give a fuck about PII. Their PII. Keep this in mind. This happened 6 months ago. The place that I told them I got it. The place that I proved to them I got it from, I literally showed my fucking search history to prove that that's the search I put in. It's still up. They have valid grounds for a privacy complaint, that channel should be taken down, and it could easily be taken down, but it doesn't look like anyone gives a fuck, do that. Anyways, I challenge this pussy to debate me on this, and he will never show up. This will go on infinitely. I've addressed all of his arguments now, so we don't need to stay looping on this. People are saying he should call in, right? People are saying he should call in. This is his response, and he's not replied to my DMs. So, he's not calling in, and you know why he's not calling in? Because he's lying. He's lied about every detail surrounding this. I caught him in the lie that the Facebook account was locked down. Yeah, it's so locked down, you can see 19,000 posts, the respective like history, comment history, etc., right? Did he tell his address or just... No! Wait, you don't know the lore? He's given out his own address multiple fucking times. Multiple times. Like, and this is the fun, like, I knew her first name. To this day, I still know, I still don't remember, like, I'm almost certain, because I remember the sentence I heard it in. I'm almost certain it was in one of the calls we watched, but that's besides the point. I know that he's publicized his address, his full legal name, her occupation, age, etc., all that stuff. But if you were to press me on, like, where each specific piece of information was disseminated, I wouldn't be able to tell you in the moment. Right? Because we watched hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of calls. I mean, some of the streams went on for over 12 fucking hours. So there was a lot of information I knew that I just always assumed came directly from him. And most of the time it did. Right? In that case, I had my oh fuck moment when I realized, wait a second, did he not give out her first name? Because I even, like, was on Dicker's stream thinking, no, he's giving that out. He's giving that out. And I thought for a second, did he not give that out? And that's when I thought, dude, I'm fucked here. Because why would I? But no, this is all, like, widely disseminated info. He went on his own Kiwi Farms thread, yeah. Is it not, like, I'm sorry, is it also... From, like, a criticism perspective, if his wife truly does wish to remain anonymous, which doesn't seem to be the case, because she's publicly identifying herself as his wife on her Facebook and interacting with his public-facing YouTube-linked Facebook, where, despite what Beckett lied about, you can see 19,000 posts from, but, like, if that was truly her wish, then isn't he doxing her by giving out their address? Or her age, or her occupation, or identifying photos of her as being her before anyone has caught on at the time that that was her. Anyways, that's that. We covered it last stream. Beckett's a pussy that will never call in and challenge me on this because he's lying. Now, I got sent a video from... Where is this? Dude, okay, so I don't want to give too... Because I just don't want you guys to figure out... You know, I'm a little paranoid about the OPSEC. The thing I will always admit to lying about, sometimes I'll tell you I'm doing something on a certain date that I'm actually doing on a different day or whatever. I'm a little paranoid on that front. But, this has been one of the busiest fucking weeks of my life. The week before that as well. And I was, like, so fucking exhausted last night. And I just saw this video and clicked on it. But, like, I forgot that I clicked on it. I sort of tuned it out and it was in the background. And then I, like, zoned back in and I was halfway through and I'm like, what the fuck am I listening to?
In decent traction. The Northern Lynn cruise cancellation video had 2.1k views in 7 days, which for a 2k subscriber channel is not bad.
Exactly. And
we're not watching it, but, like, Dude, this one is crazy.
Get away from me, you hear me? Get out of my sight now!
This is Beckett's source. This is Beckett's source material for his allegations. This is his source. That's actually his source. Dude, he also came up with a lie last night. He said that people in the server were giving me a folder of her info. I'm so curious if he could give where he sourced them, because he just made it up. He just lied. He just literally lied. He's not even in my server, by the way, either. So I'm curious, okay, who claimed that to him? Because I don't even think anyone made that claim to him. I think he made that up himself. I don't even think that, like, Lio or anyone claimed that to him. No way you were that tall. Yes, Hellbent is literally, she said the other day, I was the tallest one at the meetup. When I was taking photos with them, by the Thames or whatever, there's like a fucking little, on like the, barrier, there's a little part you can sort of stand up on. So people next to me, I don't know if it was Dickers or who was doing, but people were standing up on the barrier next to me so we could be a height match. How tall am I? I'm 6 foot, like 3/4. But I bet if I went, I haven't been to a doctor in a very long time. But I bet that I could maybe be around 6'1", but I think 6 foot, I say 6 foot. Queeman got, okay, shut the fuck up, dude. I also got sent this video.
They try and deny it. So
it's 28 minutes.
Fighting an invisible holy war. In a turn of geopolitical events that no one saw coming, YouTube's best and brightest flung themselves into a centuries-long battle that most of them were absolutely...
No, please? Okay. Is it bad? Who am I supposed to know who Princess Mantis is? I don't know who she is. I guess we could skip it, right? If anybody wants to be the first tip of the stream, that would be awesome. Not even minimum wage. Do you want to help us make a wage? Can we hit a wage? I'm kidding. You could tip through Streamlabs, search all that good stuff. Another way to help us out is to like and subscribe if you have not already. Hold on, really quick. Also, if you want to like, if anybody wants to like, that would also be sick. Okay, wait, hold on. Thank you for the 5 starfish. Super fucking based. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you so much. I saw this. I'm not watching this. I guess we could, like, maybe on a rainy day, but why am I gonna watch a 3-hour documentary on Goat Kato? Looks great. Looks like riveting stuff, man. Fucking this is like, yeah, let me sit through like over like a full feature length film to watch a documentary about Goat Kato. Running? Yes, dude, I'm running. I'm trying with every fiber of my being to not step back into ACC stuff, but like they want to pull me back in. You could tell. This is insane. So H3 is let's just make something clear, because they're going to keep doing this. They did it to me. They're going to do it to everybody else. There is a form of humor that exists online. You don't have to like it. You don't have to think it's, you could think it's in poor taste, and many times we would probably be in agreement, right? But let us not pretend like it is not a regular theme of online humor to have individuals, particularly under anonymous accounts, whose whole bit is to say the most unhinged, shocking thing possible, and that's what they find funny, and many times people around them find funny, and I used to find that funny. Now, you don't have to like that humor. I've sort of been growing out of it a little bit, but that just because it's not funny does not mean that the person posting it is making a serious statement of intent, right? This guy's name is Lumpy Willie. And it's like, oh, so this is the other thing they love to do. You'll provide, there's multifaceted reasoning. So you could provide multiple mitigating facts. And then they'll say something, they'll pretend like the premises exist in isolation and say, oh, so if somebody's name is Lumpy Willie, that means they're always joking? No. But this guy in particular, and he's been gone, by the way, for months, okay? He's been gone. He wanted to meet, we were going to go get drinks IRL. I didn't take him up on it, but he's been gone for months. He's not coming back, okay? Not because he did anything wrong. He just had opportunities that he had that wouldn't allow for this to happen or whatever. But he is a troll whose whole bit is to say the most shocking, outlandish, worst optical thing possible. Everybody who knows him knows that it is a joke, and you catch on to it very quickly. When you listen to that recording of me, the guy who says, Aiden, I'm going through her LinkedIn right now, I don't even think she had a LinkedIn, right? He was lying. That was Lumpy Willie. That's his bit, okay? And I agree that some jokes go too far. When he tried to make a joke in my server about Ethan's kid once, and that's the type of joke I think is like off limits. I don't want people like joking about people's kids, right? So I penalized him for it. I timed him out for it, I think for like a week, right? And he didn't make those jokes anymore. But I knew that he was joking, because that's his whole bit. Why are we pretending like these are serious statements denoting real intent? Hold on, I think it's here. So Wick tweets out, we got to start here. So Dan Saltman tweets out, you are a Hassan Piker fan in a private channel. Lumpy is not a Hassan fan. Lumpy's not like actually a fan of anything. He's a troll. It's not like he's a known commentator. He's a chatter who only became known as a chatter because his bit was to say the most outlandish thing possible in people's chats to garner a reaction. That's how he started doing it with Shud Logic. That's why anyone knows his name. It's not like he's doing it's just a joke cope. This guy is always joking. He's always joking. Nothing he ever says is serious. He's a troll. Your Twitter banner says debate God, but you got fucking embarrassed by Destiny. Oh, damn. I must be having amnesia. On which point, specifically? I remember that point I lost on. Which one was it again? Can you remind me? I've totally forgot. Because they're being posted in a server with 2 doxes in it. So the instance of doxing that also happened in the server's recent creation, and it looked like somebody linking a tweet that had PII in it that moderation missed. Not that it was a part of server policy. If this was something explicitly allowed in the server, a lot more people would have probably been doing it, and they wouldn't have to go back a year to get an example of somebody reposting that, right? Also, Lumpy certainly didn't Also, wait a second. I just realized this isn't even in that server. This is in Nuki chat. This isn't even in the Snark server. This isn't even in the Snark server. This was in Gamma's chat. He tried to make the same joke in mine, and I timed him out for a week because I don't fuck with that, right? Apparently, I was reading, he did try to do the same thing in the Snark server, and they fucking, he got moderated in there. Anna not stalking him. You're a moron. Saying he should ignore, and that, yes. If you believe that, if you do not, because stalking is unwanted, persistent contact that causes significant emotional distress and / or reasonable belief that an individual may be at risk of physical harm, right? If you believe that an individual is stalking you, meaning their presence is and attempts to contact you or causing you significant emotional distress, or you believe they're at a risk of harming you, why would you sex them back? He didn't finish my comment because he knows I'm right. No, I just don't read them all. I'll read it again. Not understanding that Destiny telling her he'll fix her reputation by deleting any Snark content about her was his... Do you want to just call in? Do you want to just call in and own me on this point? You're claiming I'm ignoring parts of your argument. Call in. You could say everything you want to say. Debate me on this. Sure? Okay, awesome. Let's fucking go. So what you have to do to call in is you have to go to my description. My Discord chat is, you just join my Discord, and then there's the call-in VC. It says call in. You just click that, and I'll drag you into the live chat. While we wait for this individual to call in, how autistic do we think? Let's be nice, okay? There's credit where credit's due. They're calling in. Hello?
What's up?
How's it going?
Pretty good. Just like 2 questions. So what should he have done
What should he have
in
done?
that situation?
Sure.
Yeah.
So he should have ceased all contact with her forever if she was attempting to reach him, and if these attempts...
Okay, he did, and she called that abuse and looped and stalked him around the internet continually.
And so his response
and she
was to go
said, and she
sex her?
admitted that she would have kept doing it around the
Okay,
internet.
how do you define
And then
stalking?
after that, he never had contact with her again.
How do you define
So that's
stalking?
wrong. So you're wrong on that.
How do you define
so the second
stalking?
question
Wait, what was I
would
wrong on?
be-
What was I wrong on? You're gish galloping?
You just said he should ignore her, and that was proven wrong. He did ignore her.
Wait,
and
I'm
she
sorry,
called it
I'm
abuse,
sorry, how
and
do you-
it didn't work.
how do you-
So
wait.
the second question is, when you took a comment out of context
I'm sorry,
from
the
your live
claim was
chat
not
from
the
one of your
claim. The claim
retards,
was not. The claim was not him
when
ignoring.
you
The
said
claim
that
was
he
not.
said he would
The
fix her
claim was not.
reputation.
The
Why
claim
was
was
that
not.
bad?
You're gish galloping. You're just gish galloping right now, filibustering. So let's
No,
do
I
point
asked
by
you a
point.
question.
No,
You gave me
just
your
made
answer,
a
and
point.
you were
I'm
wrong,
refuting
and
your
you've
point.
been proven wrong.
No,
So
you're
second
wrong. That's
question-
why you want to filibuster and talk
Second
on
question-
because you're completely fucking incorrect, right?
No, because
the
you
claim
can't
was,
actually
the
answer
claim
a
was,
fucking
I'm
question. We
trying
saw
to.
that in
I'm
the
trying to
Destiny
address
debate.
your
You're a
point. That's why you're
retard.
trying to move
You
on to
said
the
he
next
could have
one, like a
ignored her.
pussy,
That was proved
like a
wrong.
fucking
You're wrong.
pussy, like a pussy, right?
Like
So
a
on the
fucking
first
pussy,
point, so
like
on the
a
first
fucking
point in
pussy.
particular,
You're a retard,
yeah,
dude. Holy
wait,
shit.
I'm a retard. You're the guy that
Holy
wants to move on to
shit,
point
dude,
number
you're such
2
a
before I can
retard.
respond to point number
Yes,
1.
because you gave me an answer and it
No,
was proven
it's
wrong.
not. How
so
was
you're
that
wrong on
proven
that.
wrong?
So question
How was that
2.
proven wrong?
You're ignoring me. That's
How was that
Steven,
proven
you're
wrong?
ignoring me. Oh my
How
God,
was that
that's
proven
abuse,
wrong?
Steven. Her saying that was abuse and she would keep talking about him indefinitely.
You said I was
abusing her if he
proven
kept
wrong.
ignoring
What
her.
was I
So
proven
second
wrong
point,
on?
I just told you, are you fucking deaf,
Yes,
retard?
you
Holy
responded
shit,
by
you're
citing.
so
No,
fucking
you said I'm
stupid.
wrong, and then
You're
cited
so
her
fucking
take. You cited
stupid.
her claim.
Oh my God.
You said
Holy
I'm
shit,
wrong,
you're
and then
so
you cited
fucking
what she
retarded.
said.
Oh my God, you're fucking
Wait, do
brain
you
dead.
know
Okay,
I'm not
second
Anna?
question.
Are you aware that I'm
When
not
you
Anna?
said that
Just so we're clear, are you aware
when
that
you
I'm
said
not
that
Anna?
he
Are you aware
said
that
he
I'm
would
not
fix her
Anna?
reputation.
Are you aware that
what's
I'm not
wrong with
Anna?
that?
Are you aware that I'm
What's
not
wrong
Anna?
with that?
Are you aware that I'm not Anna?
Yeah, you're a virgin retard.
Yeah, so how come when I asked you
second
to tell me
question-
what I was wrong about,
Second
you
question
cited
was when
Anna
you
like
said
a
that
fucking
he said he would
drooling
fix her
moron?
reputation.
You are
What's
a
wrong with
drooling
that?
fucking spastic. I'll ask you again.
bro talking to
Where?
himself?
I'll
What
ask you
the
again.
fuck?
What
Are
was
you
I wrong
schizophrenic?
on? What was
you a
I
fucking
wrong
retard?
on, dumb fuck?
That he should have ignored her and that would have solved the problem. Proved wrong. So second
Solve
question.
the problem. No, my statement was never if he ignored her.
Second question
my
would be,
statement was
you
never.
said that
I
he
need to
was
call
gonna
that you're
fix her
literally trying. You're
reputation and that
trying
was
to
bad?
desperately move on because you're too much of a pussy
was
to
bad?
get pressed on your argument. I was not
No,
proven
because
wrong.
there's video
my
proof
statement.
that you're wrong.
My statement.
You are actually
no, I'm
brain
explaining
dead.
to you why I wasn't proven wrong. Okay, my claim was never that if he stops talking to her, she's never gonna message him again. I know that she has OCD. I know that she's obsessive,
So
and I
how
know
does
that he
he
would still
solve
continue to
her
try to reach out
messaging
to
him
her.
constantly messaging people around him? That was my question.
I never said that it was a.
So now you're
my
just saying you
claim.
didn't
No,
answer
so
my
you're
question.
attacking a straw man.
that's what
you're
you're
attacking
saying.
a straw man. You dishonest rat
No, I
fuck.
asked you a
Okay,
question,
and you're
you
doing it
answered a straw
poorly
man,
because you're an
actually,
incompetent
is what you
fucking
said.
retard.
You just
No,
admitted that
no,
you
you're
answered
addressing.
a straw man.
You're addressing the argument. You were addressing the argument as if it was my claim that if Destiny ceased all contact with her, she would never talk to him again. Right? That was never my claim. I never made that claim.
Yeah, that
and it sounds
wasn't
like
my
that's the claim
question.
that you're saying was wrong.
Yeah, so that wasn't my question. So why did you answer
we can
that?
move on to, now that you got blown the fuck out
What
on your
should
first
he have,
point, we
what
can
should
now
he
move
have
on to
done
point number
to
two.
solve that?
What should he have
What
done
should he have done to solve that?
What should he have done to have solved that? He should have blocked her, and
That
then he
was
should
my
have advised
question that
Melina
you
to
didn't
block
answer.
her. He should have advised Melina to block her,
So,
and he should have had
you
everyone
do
else
think
block
ignoring her would have solved that?
Wait,
So you
would
are
have solved
retarded.
what? Wait, I'm
so
sorry.
proven wrong. Question
okay,
two.
Just so we're clear.
Question
just so we're
two.
clear. Do you think it was my claim
You'll
that if
never
he
be
ignored
clear
her,
on anything intellectual.
just so
you
no,
are
just
a
so we're-
retard.
no, you're trying to
schizophrenic.
desperately move
Second
on because you got
question.
blown the fuck out on your insecurely
I'm
litigated
going back
first
to the first point.
baby.
You answer again,
No,
and you said the same
no,
answer
I
again
just
because
said
you
to you,
don't know how to
I'm sorry,
answer the
I'm sorry. If
question.
my
because
claim
you're
is,
a brain
if my
dead fucking
claim,
moron.
I made a first of all, it's not even a claim; it's a prescription. I said he should ignore her, right? I
It's a
never said,
prescription, it's a
I never
prescription,
said
it's
that
a
if he,
prescription. Just
yeah,
answer
talking
a
like your
fucking
daddy who's
question, dude.
cockies
Like,
up
are
your
you
fucking
retarded?
ass that you've called in here to defend. Yeah. So, anyways, as I was saying previously, it was never my claim that if he stopped DMing her back, she would just stop and never try to reach out to him again. No shit.
So what should he have
right?
done to solve that?
What should he have done to solve that? I never claimed I'm providing him a solution, right? I'm just saying, why would you, if the claim is that that's stalking, meaning the communication is persistent and unwanted, causing you significant emotional distress and / or belief that you could be at risk of physical harm, why would you ever sex someone like that if that was honestly your belief and not a lie you constructed to smear her to your audience?
Because ignoring her made it worse, as proven. She kept going. She kept telling
so it's
people
your.
he was an
I got
abuser.
it.
She
I got it.
kept
I'm dealing with a
messaging
fucking
people.
rocket scientist here.
I got it. You're
so
a
he
retard.
sexted her.
You're a dumb fuck, brain dead
So he
retard.
sexted her back. He sexted her back tactically to stop her from like fixating on him. Right? Is that your take?
And what did he do when that happened?
When he sexted her back?
Yeah.
He sexted her. He sexted her.
He sexted her and then tried to get her to stop talking about him forever by saying he would delete every Snarker post on the internet and tell every Snarker to stop talking about her. And you called
get her
that
to
out
stop
as
talking
being,
about
like,
him.
toxic
What are you
and
referring
evil.
to? What are you even referencing?
Oh my god, you're a fucking retard.
What are you
Holy shit.
referencing?
I'm referencing the comment you brought up in the debate.
Yeah,
because you apparently have a fucking goldfish memory.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. There's no way you just described the comment I think you're talking about as him saying that to get her to stop talking about him. He immediately follows that up by talking about her rubbing his feet. What the fuck are you talking about, you retard?
Why else would he be deleting everything on the fucking
Because he
internet
wants
about her?
to engage with her in a way that's appeasing him sexually. That's why the message is followed up with a message about her rubbing his feet.
And that's why he never did it again after that? When
what are
she
you
told
talking
him no,
about?
She didn't care?
Never did
Holy
what again
shit,
after
you're
that?
retarded, dude.
What are
Oh
you
my
talking
God,
about?
You're retarded. Holy shit.
I'm so.
No
Are you
wonder you have no one in your
constipated?
life
Are
who
you
loves you, dude. Go back
constipated?
to your,
Are you
like,
about to take a
90
fucking
viewers,
shit?
fucking broke
You got blown
loser. Holy shit.
So he left. He ran like a fucking pussy. It's like ridiculous. So he makes the argument. He realizes the argument sucks. So he desperately tries to move on. I don't let him. He crumbles on it immediately. He then says, I say, okay, what was my claim? And he brings up what Anna was claiming. I guess he doesn't realize that I'm not her or something. just gish galloped. Whenever somebody makes point one and doesn't want to give you time to respond before they're making point two, what they mean is point one is so weak and they're so retarded that instead of defending their arguments on substance because they're too incompetent to do that and incapable of doing that, what they then do in turn is try to make as many points as possible so that you can't address each individual one and demonstrate what a bad fucking argument it is. They immediately want to move on to point two. It's a dishonest strategy of argumentation, and it's what Destiny uses all the time. He was messaging her. Notice how, I need the message again. I think somebody sent it to me. How did he describe this message? He was DMing her back to try to get her to stop talking about him. Poor Steven was being stalked, and he was just DMing the stalker in a desperate ploy to get her to stop talking about him. Can we get the DM up? He realized, I think he just forgot about the feet rubbing part, and that's why he left. Fuck, where's the DM? Somebody sent it to me. I need the Anna DM, the Twitter one. I think Morales sent it to me a while ago and I lost it. So I couldn't handle you. That's why you tried to, when I asked you to demonstrate what I was wrong about, you cited Anna's argument instead of mine, and then tried to desperately move on because you got blown the fuck out, tried to cite a DM, forgot about the feet rubbing portion, so desperately tried to talk over me, and then fucking ran like a stupid little bitch because you didn't want me pointing out the hole in argument number 2. So what he's doing now is when somebody loses a conversation like that, they would have typically very negative character judgments, and the human mind wants to preserve the ego. So he thinks that even though he lost the argument, he tried to argue for it, he couldn't and got blown the fuck out and then had to leave like a little bitch. He's gonna try to just do ad hominem in turn to insult the intelligence of the opponent as if he didn't just completely lose to that opponent, because his mind is desperately trying to preserve the ego and avoid the unfortunate truth that he's incompetent. Bitch. Where's the DM? Does anyone have the fucking... I need this fucking message. Aiden is such a loser. When Destiny is gone, he becomes badass Billy. But when Destiny's in the call them, I literally asked Destiny live on air if he was wearing a fucking butt plug and called him a sexual degenerate. What are you talking about? I only get like that if the other person tries to do it, right? I typically like to win on substance and engaging in the dialogue, but if people resort to ad hominem, I can totally do that back. And Destiny's tried that, and when he has, I did it back to him. You said that right at the end, you liar. That's not true. That's an easily... Why are you saying that like the VOD isn't up? Find my DMs, messages are there. Oh yeah, I forgot you sent this to me. So, okay. So what... I'm sorry, guys. Maybe I'll try to make his argument for him since he's too retarded to make it himself. Anna's stalking him. And he just wants her to stop. So he's saying he's gonna fix her reputation just so she'll stop talking about him. That's how this was described. Surely there's no other motivation that's obviously implied by the next fucking message. Surely there's not a different motivation, right? Like getting her to not be like so concerned with her image and instead be willing to engage with him sexually, right? Surely there's no other reasoning here or no other motivation, right? Like, it was tactical. He just wanted her to stop talking about him when he said, until then, you can work on your essays on your bed while I rub your legs. No point. When did I admit I answered a straw man? Huh? That, you know, when I did what this guy did when I first started debating when I was like 15, I think. I tried to like do this thing where I'd like fire hose them and try to talk over them and then like preemptively like claim victory because you're just talking. But you don't give them like like when they respond to your point on substance and just you immediately try to move on instead of like conceding or defending it. It's like totally bitch made. It's an automatic L. No, when I said straw man, I was accusing you of making one. Because you were saying I was wrong, and your reasoning for why I was wrong was that Anna continued to engage with Destiny after he stopped talking to her, right? That would only be a counter argument to the argument being made that I said that Anna would stop messaging him if he stopped talking to her. That was never a claim that I made. I never made that claim. So then when I explain to you why that's a straw man, because I never made that claim, you deny that's what you were saying, refuse to elaborate or state otherwise, then give me what Anna said as if that's a take that I agree with, and then desperately try to move on to point number 2. Hello?
Oh my god, you will not believe it.
What happened?
You know the latest Ethan story?
Nope.
I think maybe Ethan is going to turn on Diario, and he's doing it right now.
I saw this.
Which one? Hellbent?
Yeah, I saw this.
No, okay, so you saw, but what do you think? My theory is that, like, why would the fuck would he ask this question in a story unless he's like, oh, Diario, no, you haven't been behaving recently with all the non-support for my lawsuits. You think that's the case?
That's very possible. It's not like a.
He could have easily just DM'd Diario, like, as
He could
Diario
have. It's not a.
himself,
It's
right?
not. Well, what I know is, this is hard to. I don't know if this changed since I was talking to Diorio. But Diorio's communication with Ethan for a while was indirect. Diorio would talk to some guy that worked for the show instead of Ethan directly.
I know. But here's the thing. Diorio, I think, pretty sure he has communication with AP. He could have just asked, hey, AP, can you ask Diorio? Like, it's not a big deal, right? But the fact that he posted an Instagram story about it is like, does this person work for Diorio? You know, the guy who wasn't so good boy recently. He hasn't been a good dog for me recently. Let me just give him a little bit of a scare. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like, he did it for a purpose. He didn't just do it like, oh, is this for Diorio? Like, that's a question. No. There is some purpose behind this. I don't think I'm, like, over reading or anything. It doesn't come to me like it's a genuine question.
Yeah,
like
no, you're right. That's possible. It's possible. Probable even, I'd say. Looks like trouble in paradise.
Also, you said you're gonna debate Dan.
Yes. Yeah. I just want it to be. Sometime during the weekend. I've been fucking busy all week.
And the weekend is like Saturday and Sunday.
I'm aware. I know. Yes. Hello.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's that.
What is the premise we're going to be debating on? What is his position?
He said that he thinks the iDubbbz lawsuit is a good thing.
Because?
That's what you. So if you go to watch his Anything Else podcast where he talks about it, I think it's members only now, but JSTAC react to it. He lay out why he thinks it's good. You want me to send it to you?
Yeah, link that shit to me. Yep.
Okay. All right, I'll send it to you. Bye.
Bye. Did you see that he downplayed his relation to Hellbent? Well, that's what we're gonna cover. I honestly I wanted that debate to go. Like, I thought I was actually gonna be debating someone. It was just like a shouty retard. I'm like an addict, dude. I fiend for it. But like some like people are like, it's like they're so disabled, like you just can't feel good about it. You know what I mean? Like you like try to do like things like, for example, a premise. They just don't get it. They don't get it. They don't understand that like they haven't like proven, they haven't argued for their premise yet, and they're already moving on to the next one. Except like it like feels like it's not even a fight. It feels like you're like a normal Olympian competing in the Special Olympics. Anyways, so we were covering this. Let's get back into it. So basically, Lumpy Willie, who is a known troll who has never had a serious facing online presence, the only thing this guy is known for is saying purposefully outlandish things to bait a reaction or to get people to laugh, because that is his sense of humor. You don't have to like it. You could think it's poor taste. I think it's poor taste many times, but it doesn't change that it is not a serious statement denoting intent. It is a joke, okay? And what Wick does, this is another strategy they like to use. So what I've seen people do, this is like another like secret IQ test. People think that if they're making a claim or casting suspicion on something, if they preemptively state what the obvious explanation is going to be, that somehow affects its validity. So for example, like you could say like, this guy was crossing the roads with chickens the other day. He was telling me all about it at the bar, and yeah, watch, he's going to say he was just joking. Well, if he says that he was joking, just because you predicted that's what he was going to say, because it's the obvious fucking explanation, that doesn't mean he wasn't joking. That has nothing to do with the validity of the claim asserting whether or not he was joking. And the reason I say this this, by the way, listen, I've gotten more opinionated about this. I think that some of my peers, okay, not to name any names, operate under a belief that if, like, all jokes are okay. I don't operate under that belief anymore. I think that, despite acknowledging that a joke is a joke, I think that our morality should also be applied to, you know, jokes, etc. I think, you know, I'm a utilitarian. I think that if a joke is going to be negative utility, you probably shouldn't make it, etc. And in a case like this, right, I think this is obviously like too far. No shit. But I also know that it's a joke and not a serious threat. So there's no reason to actually get worried about it, right? You can say, why would you say that? I can't believe Lumpy Willie would say something like, etc. That's fine. But then don't lie that it was a serious statement denoting intent. So which excuse will they make? That's out of context. Haha, just jokes. It is a joke. You don't even need to have the second part. If you just said, I think this is a bad joke to make. I think this is a disgusting joke to make, and you shouldn't make it. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue with you on that. You have a subjective opinion based off of an accurate descriptive assessment of the nature of the statement being made. I'm not going to dispute you on that. The problem is they like to pretend like these things are serious statements denoting the intent of the individual. That is not true, right? So I say, yeah, Wick, I'm sure this guy was being dead serious, and this isn't some shitter troll trying to be edgy on Discord. Professional one guy. What does one guy mean, by the way? What does one guy mean? What does one guy mean? You purposefully say outlandish shit to garner a reaction for your own given amusement. Shit you don't even actually believe. His entire online presence was to be a troll to one guy and to meme. It's not like there was some serious reputation, and this is like the one time he claims he's joking. I can't think of anything serious that he's ever said. Like, I have more instances in my head of him joking than I do of him being serious. So I said, what the actual is he grabs poop from the toilet and starts munching. Delicious. There's actually overwhelming evidence for the Armenian genocide. I've linked to about 50. I touched myself at work today. So, because I'm not a stupid fucking idiot, I read that and I didn't actually think this guy was confessing to masturbating at work. It was funny because I know that he's joking, right? Just like when he says he's going through her LinkedIn and that called me, I don't even think she has a LinkedIn, right? So that was a continuation of his style of humor. It's horrible optics, don't get me wrong, right? It's a poor taste many times, but don't pretend like this is serious. Wow, he made poop jokes? I guess that means he's joking all the time then. So as I said to this guy, this is the one person where, yes, he is literally joking all the time. This isn't like this isn't even this is a fucking chatter, okay? But as a chatter, what is the one thing he's known for? Lying about what he believes and saying purposefully outlandish shit to bait a reaction. So yeah, it's not like he has a reputation for being serious, and we're arguing that this time it's just a joke. No, everything he says is a troll. Everything he says is a joke. His name is Lumpy Willie. His location is Pedophile City. This is a troll. And if there was so much material to be utilized against the Snarkers, why do you have to go and like desperately sweat lord to dig up some fucking edgy joke from January, half a fucking year ago, from January, where like from a known troll, from a known one guy in troll, and pretend like you can't tell whether or not it's a joke or not, right? And also, I don't even know where the Hassan fan thing comes from. It came from Chud's chat. So if you think that these jokes are poor taste, you're totally fine. You're probably normal. Normal people would think this is a joke that's in poor taste. And that's okay. We would find common ground on that. That's why when he tried to make the same joke in my server, he was penalized for it. Right? But don't pretend like this was a serious statement of intent. And if you have to pretend that, you probably don't have a whole lot of dirt from this community to be working with. By the way, folks, I don't do this enough. We need actives in this community, okay? If you don't have an X account, make one. I want to hear what you think. Like my shit, reply to my shit, retweet my shit. We need to turn the machine on again. Clip like hell. At me in it, and I will retweet it. You'll get a special role on my server, and we're going to be rolling out. There will be benefits to it at some point soon. Another great way to help us out, if you haven't already, is to like, subscribe, and all that good stuff. Anyways. So, Moist Critikal comes out with a video. Wait, hold on. Before we just move on from this one, Gamma posted this. Urgent. I've been made aware this is actually from my server, and I can verify the validity of these claims. For those of you that don't know, Gamma's talking about Nuki chat. When I was crashing out, a bunch of people from Icy went to Nuki, because Gamma was like inviting them or whatever, and it just became like a less moderated version with like even more spurgs than my chat. So I don't know what the fuck was going on in there. But I will say, you know what the best thing is optically? They're talking about the unhinged Snarker community, and the guy that's tweeting out, or the guy that's posting the message that they take a grievance with, has in brackets, Aiden UG hate arc. That couldn't be better for me, dude. I gotta be honest. It goes without saying that this individual is a notorious troll who has made similar comments towards plenty of people in the online space and was in many different servers, not just my own. By the look of the date of this message's deletion, he would have been nearly a full year after the CPS situation, which would have made this comment completely disconnected from any particular case or situation. Any questions, feel free to ask. So the problem you run into here is that you're never going to be able to reason with normal people who don't know this guy or like the community or the in-group sub humor or shock humor. You can't reason with them that this was a joke because they're just so caught up on the emotional reaction because it's a joke in poor taste. But all you need to say here is that's fine to think it was in poor taste. That's fine to think it went too far. All that's totally okay. But it wasn't a statement denoting intent. Like, the people here were not being serious. But now Ethan Klein is desperately posting about Hellbent on his Instagram story. Lumpy's been gone from the internet for months. He's never coming back. Okay, by the way, that's like this is what we're working with here. They apparently had a mole in this 1-year-old server. They had a mole in the server for 2 years. Okay, and then when Destiny got caught on that lie, it was it was a purposeful 5D chess move, so you guys wouldn't actually know what I did and didn't know or whatever. It's like they know how old their own server is. But anyways, this is what we're working with. They have all these logs supposedly that they keep teasing at, but their best examples were they had to find an example of some user posting a tweet that had somebody's PII in it a year ago after the server's creation that moderation missed, and then when it was brought to everybody's attention, they immediately took action, right? So this it's a doxing server, but you have this is exactly how they describe it. It's a doxing server that they had a mole in for 2 years, apparently. But the doxing, the one instant, they had to go back a year to get it. If this was a doxing server, surely you'd have much more recent examples, no? But now we've resorted to pointing out the edgy statements of a nobody. This guy doesn't have a channel. This guy's not a YouTuber. He's just a chatter. Pointing out the edgy statements of a known troll and one guy who literally has it in his bio that he's a one guy and trying to pretend like they were serious. Why can't you just wait for the manifesto? You are going to look real stupid in a couple months. Can I take a wild guess what's going to be in the manifesto? Or I'm going to do a wick. They found a joke from ButtRaper9000. ButtRaper9000 typed, I'm going to fucking deploy an IED to so-and-so's house. And they're going to put that in the manifesto and be like, Snark users discussing their intention to perpetrate real acts of violence, and before they say, it was just a joke, guys, when it, like, obviously was a joke, and they think that by predicting the obvious explanation in advance, that somehow bears any relevance to its validity and functions as a counter-argument. Anyways. Clip this, everyone. Don't ever let him live this dumb, smooth brain takedown ever. I'm so excited for this manifesto that is totally not going to be the desperate clinging to and mischaracterization of like, at worst, shit that's in a gray area. Like, if these are doxing communities where this is permitted behavior, and you've actually had a full-on mole in the server, somebody who has access to the logs, and this is a doxing server, per your own description, what I'm looking to see is obvious repeated instances of doxing that are a regular part of the server. And regular could even be once a month, okay? It could be once a month. You are so bad faith, man. I can't believe you think you can get away with LARPing as a Destiny X fan. What do you mean LARP? This is verifiable fact. Like, I don't think they don't understand. I've had a public online presence for nearly a decade. Okay? I got my first 100,000 subs when I was 12 years old. From that moment on, everything I posted and everything I did was archived in a matter of public record with witnesses to it that could attest to it. And I'm not saying this to be like, I'm the shit, man. I'm saying this to say, I couldn't lie about this if I wanted to. It was well known that I was a Destiny fan. I would get regularly referred to as a Destiny skinwalker. You can literally hear probably a lot of like things that I say that I probably got from him, from watching him. You have 7.1k subs. Okay, I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm lying, right? I want you to clip what user just said, okay? I'm gonna clip what this guy says so you can look dumb. I'm lying, right? I'm just lying, right? That's your take? That's your take? I'm lying. So this is my first channel. Well, it's not my first channel, but it was the channel I was originally known for. Hey, this is me. Albeit a younger me, but me nonetheless. Cameron Herron and his brother. Okay, I can't listen to my own voice. So I don't know what to tell you, bro. Why'd you lie? Why are you lying, user? Why are you lying? It's fake? Yeah, that's the cope now. It's fake. Where's the user? Please explain to us. Oh, okay, sorry. You know what? Normally, I'm a bitch for apologies. If somebody says sorry, I just give them that. But fuck you, okay? You were literally just dead. Like, your immediate instinct was to say I was lying. Without any basis to believe I was lying. I can substantiate any claim that you're looking to challenge me on, okay? It is a matter of public record that I was a Destiny fan. I was in the DGG group chat. Ask Courtney. Ask Courtney. She's the one that Destiny was making the little tykes comment to. Ask her. She knew me back then. Ask prominent DGGers from like 2022. I wasn't on the subreddit, and I was not in DGG chat. I was in group chats on X, and I would watch his debates. How was I supposed to know you had a different channel? Wait! User, you weren't supposed to know that. The assumption would be that I'd be willing to provide evidence to you that I did. Right? But no, instead of asking for that, your immediate inclination is to just assert that I'm lying. Which, funny enough, isn't that literally DGG's grievance for what I'm doing to Destiny? They say that I'm saying he's lying, but all this evidence will eventually come out in a manifesto. How am I supposed to know that he actually has any evidence? Oh, that's right, you give him the opportunity to present it, which he has had, right? Did you ever get the receipts from Doobie like you said you would? No, he never gave me the receipts, which is why I don't defend him on that claim. Right? I said on the stream, I will follow up with him on this. I did. He's not giving me the receipts, so I'm not defending him on the claim anymore. I don't know this guy. I'm not his lawyer. Destiny just like bizarrely brought him up on a stream with me, which then compelled me to enable him to call in because the claims being made about him were particularly serious, right? And when he said he was willing to provide me with evidence, I gave him that opportunity. The opportunity passed. He did not give me that evidence, and that's why I don't defend him on the claim, right? What's my final opinion on him now? I'm not too sure. So what I think could be going on here is with Occam's razor or whatever, right? But I think what's going on here is you have a few possibilities. There's a possibility that there is something that could implicate him in the evidence of his report. I don't think that's very likely. That would be if I was being overly charitable. I'd make that point, right? Because he could just blur that out. So he should absolutely be willing to provide that. Number two is he exaggerated the nature of his involvement in catching predators on Discord to make himself look cool. Okay? And doesn't actually have a report. And then, if you're going overly bad faith, He's a pedophile that for no reason at all decided to tell the world that about his crimes and then provide an excuse despite not being pressed to provide anyone with this information, right? And he's not providing it because he's a pedophile that never submitted the report. So we don't need to go with number 1 because I agree that's overly charitable. But we certainly don't need to go with number 3 because I believe that's overly uncharitable and would be the argument being made by people that make the accusation first because they don't like him because of what he said about Destiny. Look for evidence after the fact. Okay? I think the middle ground, if something bad is occurring here, is the most likely option for me. So you have a strong opinion on Destiny, but despite all the proof and Doobie not providing the proof he said he would, you are not sure. Wait, what strong opinion do you want me to conclude from this? I don't know Doobie. I was a fan of Destiny. I don't know Doobie. The only reason Doobie came up is because Destiny used him as a pivot in our conversation. I didn't know him, right? He tried to railroad me with info about this guy. When I say I didn't, and just to be clear before you say, you're lying, you spoke to him 4 years ago on a Prime Case panel. I always emphasize that I did this because I know you guys are going to try to use that as evidence of a lie about knowing him. I was on a panel with him 4 years ago. I don't even think I said anything to him directly. And then we never spoke again. Or at all. We probably never even spoke before that point either. We have no DMs. We were never friends on Discord. It was only on June 3rd, after Destiny invoked his name in a debate with me and was seemingly insinuating that he was a pedophile, something that he later lied about, by the way, that I had him on my stream to speak with him about the nature of the allegations that were occurring. I expressed to him that I disagreed with his moderation decisions, such as the decision to allow minors in the server, but I was charitable to him. And the reason that I was being so charitable to him is because I've watched as DGG tries to, somebody's criticizing Destiny, that's their grievance, so the default response is to go dig into their past to find something to concern troll about and pivot away from the main discussion and interpret it in the most bad faith lens possible. So I was being a little biased and charitable to him. I gave him his opportunity to provide the evidence, which Destiny said I'd never follow up on, by the way. I did. I never got that evidence. So is Destiny going to admit he's wrong on that? I did. I never got that evidence. I disclosed as such to my stream and have explained that I will not be defending him on that if I don't have evidence that it occurred. Right? It's that simple. What is unfair about anything I've done here? You go by proof. Dolby has no counter argument, but you don't even try to investigate further or talk about it. I literally said this on last stream, that he didn't give me the evidence and I won't be defending him because of. I said it the stream before that. What do you mean don't talk about it? I've spoken about it on the last 3 fucking streams. What are you talking about? And that I don't, I literally, the reason I'm not defending him on this is because he didn't give me the evidence. What is so hard to fucking understand here? Can I not be permanently banned from YT chat for having a mild disagreement, please? Who are you? I didn't ban you, did I? I don't even know who the fuck you are. I didn't ban you. If you give me your YouTube username, I can go and figure out if you were banned and then undo it if there's no cause for it, right? Didn't know you talked about it. Fair. Does that mean you won't trust anything he said about Destiny? I only don't trust some of the things he says about Destiny. And the reason I don't is because I know that he's too connected and emotionally involved to probably have like a fair, balanced judgment. And he's probably running with a lot of claims that aren't necessarily like super substantiated by like solid fact because Destiny's doing the same to him, right? They're like in a personal blood feud. Just like it is with J-Stalk. And with J-Stalk, even though I think a lot of what J-Stalk says about Destiny is correct, I also understand that that bias is going to exist and that emotion is going to exist. So I assess his takes through that lens, right? It's not a black or white situation where, oh, you know, because somebody's not being transparent on this thing, I can never trust a single word they say about anything ever. I don't even do that to Destiny. I've taken Destiny's word for a lot of things. What has he said about Destiny that you trust? I don't know. I don't know what his claims are about Destiny. Or I know that the only like I remember, I think he said, I don't even remember. I was mostly talking to him about his accusations. I haven't spoken about what he said about Destiny. Why am I even being linked to this guy? Like, why is he being brought up in arguments with me? My criticism of Destiny is independent of Doobie. I don't... Important interruption and derail sent, revolutionary in nature. You have to tell me where you sent that. Awesome stuff. Okay. Anyways. So if Doobie is unwilling to provide me with the evidence, I'm not gonna really, I don't care to litigate his claim on this, right? My criticism of Destiny exists independently, and there's no reason this guy's name should have even been brought up in my debate to begin with. Yo, thank you and Fixed for the 10. You know Ethan Klein is lost when he's unironically posting Lumpy Willie on his IG story. Bruh, I'm crying. True. True. So fucking... Well, I mean, there was a lot more indication that he was lost, but who the fuck... I gotta delete Snap off my phone. I haven't used this shit since fucking... Holy melons! Sorry. 10 from Infexed. Doobie this, Doobie that. Why don't you have a Doobie on stream? So true. So true. Thank you, by the way, Infexed, for the 20. Pushing us a quarter of the way to Streamly goal. Much appreciated. Thank you, Infexed, for keeping the lights on. Anyways. Snapchat is for people who have friends. No, Snapchat is for people who have surface level associations that they lie is friendship, even though they have to constantly hide aspects of their personality around the other person and never really get to do what they want and have to listen to boring stories about that person's day and participate in the fucking gay streaks. They tried to do that shit in high school. It was like, why the fuck? This is the most stupid shit ever. So based on what you said, why do you have Snapchat? I had it in high school. I just never removed it from my phone. Like, I still have... I need to clear out my phone. I have a ton of... I'm looking at my apps. I have the Ryanair app. I don't fly... I've only flown Ryanair once. I have apps for the Prague subway, the Rome subway, I still have the hotel app from the hotel I stayed at in Malta once. I have the one that burnt down, which is how I ended up. My voice was in a video from the Times of Malta. Anyways, I'm not like there's this need with the Destiny types to because I'm critical of Destiny, I'm linked to everybody else. I despise Mr. Girl. I don't like Mr. Girl. I've never liked Mr. Girl. Like, people in the Snark space like him way more, you know, than I don't like the guy. No shit, right? Like, really don't like the guy. But I don't have to deal with him, so it doesn't really come up that much, does it? We had a conversation on stream a very long time ago, and it was the weirdest convo I've ever had. But I don't like him, so I don't know why I was linked to him. The only time I spoke to this Doobie guy was being in the same panel as him once 4 years ago. So I don't know why I'm being linked to him, right? I don't know Like, he's not the basis for any of my criticisms against Destiny here. I don't know why I'm being linked to J-Stock. Well, you can link me to J-Stock now. Me and J-Stock talk now, but we only talk now because he came back. Like, I hated J-Stock up until this drama. When the shit with Destiny popped off, that's when we buried the hatchet. It's not a fucking monolith. I'll let it go, but just saying we connect you to him because you platformed him, because Destiny made claims about somebody I didn't know. Obviously, I would want to hear his side of the story. Obviously, his side would matter there. If you're gonna call the guy a pedophile or insinuate he's a pedophile on my stream unprompted, he deserves an opportunity to vocalize his defense. And although I could agree that I was probably overly charitable to him, the reason I was charitable to him was because I understand the tactics that have been utilized against myself, right? Going back and digging up edgy jokes I made half a year ago, and then lying that you think it's serious. And I know that it's a lie because we got DMs from Wick where he seemingly acknowledges that he knew it was a joke or wasn't serious, but pretended that it was anyways. So I understand how this works. So yes, I was charitable to him because it looked like they're doing to him what they were doing to me. And it still seems that way, even though there are valid criticisms of him here. Right? The problem you have is it's very hard to engage in the room for like actually beneficial critical dialogue when the voice of the criticism is being dominated by somebody who does not give a fuck about the criticism they're litigating and is only doing it so they could get back at a critic of theirs. Right? If this was a pedophile server being operated by a pedophile and Destiny was legitimately concerned about the minor's role, Destiny was legitimately concerned about the nature of the server, etc., why did he allow his kid in that server? Why did he never bring this up in the 7 years he knew Doobie? Why did he obviously doesn't fucking believe what he's saying. Leave with a 5, Will. Gay Shirt Man said Lumpy is your guy. Thoughts? Also, wild tactic they just did there. He was in my community for a little bit, but he came from Chud's community. He was also in he's a commentary guy. He's been in all of our chats. Destiny allows his kid to make mistakes and learn from them. He isn't a helicopter Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm sorry. You think it's helicopter parenting if you believe that a server is being run by a known pedophile and you don't allow your underage child to use that server. You think that's helicopter parenting? Are you retarded? No. If you think that your kid is using the server of someone you believe is a pedophile, get them out of there. Get them the fuck out of there. What are you talking about? He didn't know it was ran by a pedo until recently. What changed? He was in this server. He knew Doobie for 7 fucking years. What changed? Other than he found interest in smearing Doobie, so he does the thing where he goes back to find any possible material to mischaracterize and smear his critic. I'm a nobody. How does Destiny know about, like, my sexual history? How does Destiny know about, you know, etc.? He knows because that's the tactic. The tactic is make the allegation, find the reasons later, right? You don't like that someone's a critic, so you go back to their past to look for things to change the agenda, change what's being discussed, and concern troll. His son doesn't talk to him anymore. You were such a bad person. Leave his son out of it. I literally have a rule in my server about discussion of his kid. I don't talk about it, right? Or I try not to talk about it. It's come up because, unfortunately, it's a relevant part of the discourse. But no, that would probably be a valid point to make. that, like, you would be allowing your child to roam in the server of somebody you supposedly believe is a pedophile. Why didn't you stream or advertise your stream on your original YouTube channel? Because I want to build it up on my own. Because with my original channel, I got a shout out that took me to 100K, and then my channel died. My channel literally just fucking died. And then it was only much later, or it was like months and months and months later, that I started switching it up and then blew up and got to fucking, I was at 800K on my max. But because of that original shout out, everybody pretended for the rest of my time doing it that I didn't do it myself, or that I, you know, obviously I didn't, right? I had big help. I had help in that original shout out. So I want to be cocky. I want to be cocky. I want to do something myself and then use that, to be cocky about it. Anyways. But I'm literally, before we move on to the Critikal video, I am literally fighting a 3-front war right now. So not only am I dealing with the fucking ACC retards that now Wick is latching onto because DGG is really mad at me, right? But the RFC shitters are now also coming into the mix. So we've got, this nerdy John guy. He was like an RFC head. He's like, Aiden wants desperately to not be looked at as a clown. He's been the laughingstock of the community for years. So these people have never moved on since I was 15. It is true that I was laughed at for saying stupid shit when I was 15. Because I was a 15-year-old, right? 15-year-olds say dumb shit. If I find a 15-year-old that's saying something dumb, I'm not like, I don't treat them like an adult. So I just don't care and I move on, right? But, right, that is true that I was being significantly laughed at for a while. But that was like years ago. That was literally years ago. Ban Minecraft in your Discord. It's ruining it for me. Yeah, dude. Yes. Yes. It's ruining it for me too. I can't take it anymore, dude. Everybody is like so fucking... Nobody's doing anything. They're just like all sitting there playing Goycraft, getting their little dopamine from their little artificial fucking complacency achiever. It's like, yes. That is literally like the best opinion you've ever had on anything ever. I've been saying this. I have a Minecraft chat. They can just use it. Stop getting one. I was agreeing with somebody. That's not getting one guide. Okay, let's move on to the Ethan shit now. So Critikal, Moist Critikal, comes out with a video on the ongoing Ethan Klein lawsuit. We were going to watch this yesterday. We didn't get around to it. Let us take a look. I saw a clip from Denims, and I think I saved it. We've all known about Ethan's bullshit, okay? We've all known about Ethan's bullshit. We all are in our own respective space. We all know the talking points. But you're going to have a lot of fence sitters that can't sit on the fence anymore about this, that are going to slowly come to this side or whatever. And that is a good thing if it is like people that are prominent, and you are going to have to kind of meet them where they're at sometimes. So I'm not going to go into this video with the expectation that Moist Critikal, who I don't watch, right? But I know he's like a notorious fence sitter. I'm not going into this with the expectation that he's immediately going to accept every Snark talking point.
I just heard about the H3 versus iDubbbz defamation lawsuit and spent the last 3 or so hours learning.
What does Moise have to do? Why are we still talking about Doobie?
About it and getting into the nitty gritty, figuring out all the bits and pieces and getting all the more.
Yeah, I'm really happy Charlie spoke. Yes, okay. I know it's probably gonna be weak as fuck, but the strategy now is for the Snark types to not do what they normally do and start fucking barking at him like a dog. We want normies on our side. We want normies on our side, and normies are not going to immediately adopt a fucking year's worth of talking points instantaneously. Hell, I don't even care if they're being dishonest so long as they get there, okay? If they can get there, I don't give a fuck if they're doing it for their own benefit. I don't give a fuck if this is an important issue, right? And we need to take any W we can get here.
Morsels of information I could find to really put the nipple clamps on it and figure out what
Yeah, send me those Mike from PA clips. That's why I'm even also talking about those.
all the hoopla is. And it is a real thing. The pugilistic legal paperwork has been filed against iDubbbz, so now they're gonna duke it out, not with knuckle sandwiches, but with extremely expensive litigation. Offer it before I even get into the spaghetti and meatballs of the actual story here. There is just something that pets my peeves. There is something that grinds my gears, greases my cheeks so much I can't resist yapping about it briefly. When I was in the trenches digging around for information about what all of this is about, I kept seeing people say that I refuse to cover these kind of things for a variety of different reasons. I'm ignoring it, this and that. I don't
care. I don't care. I don't care if he was refusing to cover it because it was a hard fight. I don't care if he was being dishonest previously. Just so long as these people get where they need to get, I'll fucking take it.
How many more times I need to say this? I am just really not online that much these days.
It's gonna be like I'm probably not gonna like most of what he has to say. But
streams I watch are like the Summer Games Fest and like events like that, but I don't watch streams. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, and I don't go on Twitter like at all. I still have Twitter because I send and reply to DMs through there sometimes for like events, like Tyler One's League of Legends tournament. I heard from him on Twitter DM, so I have it for reasons like that. But I don't like doom scroll Twitter and see a bunch of things anymore. Look at the last tweet I made. So like I don't see a lot of these things that are going on anymore. But for some reason, everyone jumps to, oh, he must be ignoring it. He's got to be ignoring it. We can really tell a lot about this guy from the things he refuses to cover. I just don't see them. The things I do hear about come from my friends sending them to me, or when I stream chat.
He probably vaguely knew about all of this. He just didn't care to look into it. That's honestly what was probably happening. I'm not super familiar with his content, but like obviously he knew about this.
Telling me about them, putting them on my radar. But if neither of those two avenues show it to me or tell me about it, I just never hear about it. And I'm
even like normie IRL bros or like tap the fuck in. Like I've said you're not even gonna believe this happened. I think I put the message in IC like when it happened. I met some kid. If it was not actually a kid, he was just younger than me. So I met some kid because anyone who's, even if they're like a year younger than me, they're a kid. And I was, I think it started when we were talking about like Hassan or something. And then I asked him if he knew about Destiny. This had to have been not long after the Pixie shit. And he didn't know about or he might have known about but he somehow knew. He's like, that's like the bisexual guy who was sucking a dick, right? You're not going to believe that. That sounds like the fakest story in the world. That unironically happened. I typed it, I put it in chat at the time because I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe like some fucking rando IRL knew about that.
Even a fucking streamer anymore, not full time. I'm like a semi-retired streamer. I stream sometimes. And sometimes I'll stream like 3-4 days in a row. But basically what I do now is I just play like old school games, like a lot.
Ethan, what is this obsession with Augie's streams? The guy's clearly fucking moved on. If he comes back, he's gonna come back for a day and then never come back again for 5 months, and it's just like kind of, seeing what's up, going back into the old. But like he's not a player in this anymore. I've said this before.
A lot of retro games or a lot of Steam cum dumpster games, like actual trash. So, like, I'm not even really a streamer, so I don't even see a lot of that either. So, like, it's not me avoiding certain things for a nefarious reason. I just literally don't ever hear about it, so I never learn about it. Now, there is some stories that I do hear about and get really invested in, like Bricks and Minifigs versus Reckless Ben. I've been very glued to that one, had my finger on the pulse of. But that was something I was...
Did you see Nicholas Diorio on Fallout? That's not even true. That's just not even true. That's completely false.
put on my radar by friends and stream chat. So genuinely, I am just not online that much, so I don't see a lot of it.
What is this? What? Dude, I must say, I was blowing the whistle about this Nuki chat. There's very unhinged individuals in the Gamma community. Gamma said it himself on stream with me recently. He said that people were actually not there from my community. They were there because of the Turkey Tom League. So it's his community. It's Gamma's community. I had nothing to do with this Nuki chat stuff. Unironically, I had nothing to do with it. That's actually, they all went there to get away from me. So I'm out of this. I'm out of this one. But I will say, I'm being a little bit facetious, okay? The Discord owner, Gamma, of the message, which Ethan Klein called out in a recent IG story, clarifies what happened. Upon looking at my audit logs, this message was almost instantly deleted by my mod team since we don't tolerate jokes or implications of this nature. Goes without saying that this individual is a notorious troll who has made similar comments towards plenty of people in many different servers. By the look of the date of this message's deletion, this would have been nearly a full year after the CPS situation, which would have made the comment completely disconnected from any particular case or situation. Aiden, I hope Ethan, when Ethan like shows this, if this screenshot gets right, I hope everyone uses this screenshot. My drama is actually going to work to my favor here, because as they smear Nuki, most of the messages at this time about me were people who hated me. So, if anything, me not being a part, I'm joking once again. These are obviously, like, this is an obvious joke. I'm defending Lumpy here on this. Don't get me wrong. Not on the joke, not on like the joke itself. Like, I think it's a joke in poor taste. I think we shouldn't be joking about people's kids. But we wash our hands of Gamma. True! You can clearly see that this was an Aiden Snark community. Aiden UG hate arc. It goes out saying that this okay, hold on. More leaks from the Snark Discord of Nuki chat. This is what they've got, dude. It's Lumpy Willie. The guy whose location on Twitter is Pedophile City, and in his bio is displayed known one guy, the guy who is literally only known for saying shit he doesn't actually believe on the basis that it is purposefully outlandish to evoke a reaction. That guy? Yeah. That's the guy who we're sourcing here. Aiden, you were begging for this guy to come to IC. Which guy? I wouldn't be begging. I know he's gone. Lumpy's gone. He's not coming back. I'm not going to leak. It's not anything bad. But I wouldn't try to get him back because I know he's not coming back. And I especially wouldn't let him in the server right now. Anyways, let's take a quick look at this. We got a Deeperama tweet. Dude, I didn't know Hellbent was doing all that. Taking a step back from online for a little while to really take a look at the people around me. This has all gone too far, and I sincerely apologize for everything I've said to or about anyone. So true. Ethan, I can tell you, I believe that Hellbent's actions in this context, known community member who I've had nothing but previously neutral associations with, I'm disgusted by the reprehensible behavior I've witnessed, and through no personal bias of my own, I say, go get him. Go get him, Tiger. Go get him. But you know how I was like being like super paranoid about jokes people were making recently? Like I banned Wendy for a while, etc. This is why. Because I know they're looking for anything to mischaracterize disingenuously. So there has to be a degree of like understanding when you're saying a given thing. Are they going to be able to use this and mischaracterize it, right? I feel a little bad for Hellbent, not gonna lie. Yes, my heart is bleeding for Hellbent, okay? I'm with you, Hellbent, I'm with you. I just realized what I was about to do. I realized I was about to accidentally do a fucking... I was not doing that on purpose. I realized midway through I was about to actually do a fucking Nazi salute. That was not on purpose. I stopped myself. Elon moment? I didn't think Elon did that intentionally. I defended him on it. I don't think that was intentional. I hate Elon. That was like the one thing I defended him on. Heart goes out to Hellbent. Yeah, it's actually, you know what? This is actually a continuation of some patterns that have been noticed. We'll go back to the critical video here in a sec. I know I'm gonna derail Andy. But this is actually a continuation of popular sentiment that was being disseminated on Twitter today. I was confronted by a member of my own people about my treason. I was arguing about my drama, and then this person makes a comment. If you are who I think you are, being a self-hating Jew to virtue signal to your goy friends will never make you accepted by them. I do question how you rationalize this. So, we weren't talking about my ethnicity here at all, so I don't even know why this came up. But I think this is like an incredibly bigoted viewpoint to just assume that because somebody is not Jewish, they're never going to accept a Jew. That's like an incredibly like close-minded, cult-like mentality. Just like a completely like bizarre worldview, right? But I'm not trying to impress my goy friend. By the way, I didn't know about the term goy until I went online. I was never hearing anyone use that term unironically or at all, for that matter. I've heard the term Gentile. But I didn't hear the term goy. So I said, in addition to something else, I said, I'm curious why you assume I'm a self-hating Jew for holding this position. I'd feel the same way if Ethan wasn't Jewish. I don't assign greater loyalty or charity to an individual just because we are of the same ethnicity, which is true. I don't value ethnicity. I don't hate my ethnicity. It's just not something that I think means anything to me personally, right? I've never been like culturally or religiously connected to it. I've never been like, I'm just like, for example, it's like, you know, I have like, if somebody's like a fucking 5th generation, 6th generation German American, they probably don't put a whole lot of stake into the fact that they're German, right? They could, but like there are other categories that you have that are way more significant and relevant to your identity that include things like nationality, political viewpoints, etc. Like I don't assign additional loyalty or put any stake just because I'm of like a given heritage. I take the rise in anti-Semitism seriously. I don't roll around in the mud with people that want to harm me just because I am Jewish. I only really hang with lefties. I literally only really hang with lefties. I don't know how many like people I talk to that are like, and it's like, oh, like the anti-Semitic lefties, and it's just like anti-Israel posts. But like, who am I hanging with that's anti-Jewish?
So with that out of the way, I did spend like the last...
Like, because I'm not assigning in-group preferences to somebody because we're of common heritage, that means I must hate myself?
3 hours learning about this defamation lawsuit between
Racism wasn't good enough. Why do you get a special word? Because anti-Semitism is not always racist. There were varied forms of it, and I know scholars use, they're like differing terms for the typology of anti-Semitism. But historically, anti-Semitism manifested as religious persecution. Like in Spain, for example, after the Alhambra decree, you could convert and become a converso and be accepted into general society as a Christian, albeit with additional suspicion, lest you be what they called a Marrano, which was a Jew that was secretly practicing, despite pretending to be Christian. But if they believed that you were practicing as a Christian and didn't suspect that you were like secretly engaging in Jewish ritual practices, you were still socially accepted, right? But it's still anti-Semitism. It is still anti-Semitism. It wasn't until thinkers from German-speaking countries, people like Karl Lueger, and then beyond, eventually Hitler, adopted racial anti-Semitism. So if you were in Nazi Germany, you would be categorized as a Jew regardless of what religion you practiced. I think over like half of ethnic Jews in Germany by the Weimar years were practicing Christians, converted to Lutheranism. That you still were categorized as such. So not all anti-Semitism is racism, but some is.
H3 and iDubbbz, because that did sound pretty concerning. Because there's always been like an unwritten rule on the internet, not just YouTube, where if there's beef online, it stays online. And you handle it online.
Why am I bringing Hitler up in a conversation about anti-Semitism? God.
Without, you know...
I don't know. Honestly, it beats me. It beats me.
Going over that threshold, the event horizon of trying to use litigation to silence your opponent or something like that. That had always been etched in the stone tablets, the fucking 10 commandments of online discourse. And now all of a sudden, I'm hearing about H3 suing iDubbbz for defamation. So obviously I wanted to hear more about that. And after diving in, hitting that cannonball into the pool, I learned he has a lot of active lawsuits. I think it's 5, maybe 6 against other streamers and YouTubers.
Okay, he obviously knew about the lawsuits. He just probably didn't know about the details.
So it's a bit of a rampage he's been on. I knew about one before all this, which was against the Snark community. That I did hear about. And that
he's suing the Snark community?
That one made a lot of sense to me, actually. The Snark community, from what I recall, was doing some diabolical, like, harassing, stalking stuff.
The chosen people need a special word because they are special. Well, no. Other groups also have respective terms to refer to bigotry against them. Like, for Romani people, I think it's what? Zygonism, I think, if I remember correctly. People don't necessarily use that term as much, but it exists. There's things like Islamophobia, etc., even when many times Islamophobia is just manifesting itself as anti-Arab racism specifically. Yeah.
Sending CPS, I remember that, and like human skulls. Those things I recalled from like the Snark community, so it made sense that he would pursue litigation there, because that is highly illegal fucking psychopath behavior. So that one I remember, and that one made sense to me. But when I was learning about these other ones,
I've only. It's called anti-Romani sentiment. It's called anti-Zygonism. But I also just don't hear anyone use that term. The term exists though.
Granted, I haven't dove too deep into all those because this is clearly a lot. I was mainly focused on the defamation one, but man, Ethan Klein has become like the Nintendo of YouTubers. He is extraordinarily litigious. Anyway, enough blabbering. What started this defamation lawsuit was this
based. Okay, all right. Maybe I'm gonna like what we're gonna hear. What I want him to do is call Ethan a dishonest, sensitive liar that is abusing the legal system to satisfy personal grudges on faulty premises and overt lies, right? He's lying about his entire basis for suing iDubbbz. But I'm not expecting it, because once again, you have to meet people where they're at. You just, if you want to be pragmatic and you actually ever want to get anything done, if you're going to start purity testing and like chasing away anyone who's slowly adopting the viewpoints of the given group just because they haven't adopted all of it immediately at once, Like, you're just like an unserious person. You're an unserious person that just wants to posture and never get anything done.
iDub stream.
Okay, this is my watermark for the stream. I don't want any of my content being stolen. Got another Kalshi ad? I'm sorry, Fazium.
Anti-Semitism well, Holocaust denial has special legal consequences in many places, which I think is an overcorrection for the perceived existence of like that form of bigotry in the respective countries as they exist. But there are also other forms of genocide denial that are outlawed in other countries as well, right? Depends on the given place. I'm pretty sure. Like, Russia has special protections for Muslims, like, where I'm pretty sure in Russia it would be illegal to do a demonstration where you burn the Quran. That would be illegal.
We're all getting Kalshi ads these days.
Not saying it's the same thing, of course, but like, they're obviously it's a adapted based, like it's a unique circumstance.
Okay, so I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold.
Do I know anything about the Rwanda stuff? Like the genocide? Yeah, I know a little bit about it. That the it was the Tutsis that massacred the Hutus, or vice versa. I always get it mixed up. But I know that the president had been like shot down by a missile while with like the president of Tanzania, if I remember correctly, which caused like an incitement to genocide against that respective ethnic group, and like 1 million people died, right? Or 300,000 to 1 million people died.
Accusation that's very fucked up.
It is very fucked up. And it's despicable that he would think it's a good idea to post that there while knowingly aware that it's
why say what?
Not true. So the message isn't Ian's, this comes from Destiny, and he found this screenshot and he kept it on screen for a very long time. And he said he didn't agree with it, but thinks it needs to be addressed because it's so fucked up. It is a terrible stream. Just giving it to you real blunt, real raw. It is no good. And
what does he mean? Elaborate.
No stranger to getting shit talked by iDubbbz. He has said some very nasty, very untrue things about me on his broadcast as well. But what is being reported in regards to this stream isn't exactly telling the whole story. Now, when I first heard of this lawsuit, I was reading a bunch about it, but I wanted more information, like, directly associated with it to make sure...
sorry, I'm sorry, I missed this. Mrs. Soap and Clay with the 5. You like your own tweets, but don't subscribe to your own channel? That's true, I should do that. Also, by the way, if you guys want to join the ranks of many who support the chat, you can tip through Streamlabs and Super Chat. Help push us halfway to Streamly goal. Another great way to help us out is to like if you haven't already and subscribe if you're new here.
I wasn't getting like fraudulent or misleading shit fed to me. So I reached out to someone whom I know is on the H3 team, and Ethan did hear about that, so he did talk directly about me on his.
I mean, why say Holocaust denial is... Huh? Is neat? I didn't say it was neat. I just said it shouldn't be illegal. I obviously think the Holocaust happened. I obviously think approximately 6 million Jews were killed, right? Now, there's been changes on, like, for a while, people have just used the Holocaust to refer, like, the Holocaust is meant to denote specifically the genocide of Jews, but I've also seen it be used interchangeably sometimes with the simultaneous persecutions of other groups. So, like, in total, in aggregation, I'm pretty sure intentional civilian deaths under Nazi policy was like 17 million, 6 million of which were Jews. They were like one of the few groups that was targeted amongst that mass for total extermination. Although I absolutely think that this happened, and I've seen the like I've gone through. I'm a fucking World War II guy. I've gone through a lot of evidence pertaining to it, and I've debated Holocaust denial. I think you should be allowed, if you deny it, to say as such, so your ideas can be refuted in a public forum. I think you give ideas legitimacy when you use the law to specifically not allow their expression. It lets them, you say things like, why is it, if this thing is so true, why is it illegal to question it in multiple countries, etc., which is obviously a faulty argument to make, right? Just because something is outlawed doesn't necessarily lend it more credence. But I think it would be far more effective to combat Holocaust denial by allowing it to occur and debating it when it occurs.
Show and challenge me on a few things, and I did eventually get to talk directly with Ethan, and I shared my full perspective on things and the problems I had around it and my concerns, and got his perspective on things to see if there's any misunderstandings and such.
Honest question, why do you think you attract so many anti-Semitic who's anti-Semitic besides okay, there are a few. I mean, it's the internet, and particularly in, like, I've been an edgelord culture, you're gonna have a lot of people that probably have like bigoted viewpoints.
Ultimately, I don't think we fully saw eye to eye on this, which, you know, that's going to happen. I fully understand that this is a very emotionally charged subject for him after everything him and his family went through with Snarkers in particular. I know that the CPS and the human skulls incident...
We need to stop bringing this up. Well, it's like, I just don't know why. This was like a year, like, listen, okay? I'm sorry that CPS had to talk to his children, and I'm sorry that, but like, simultaneously, he's partially at fault for that by choosing to disseminate information about his family in the order and manner in which he disseminated it, which would reasonably lead at least one person in a large collective mass to have legitimate concern, albeit faulty concern that could have been disproven by researching it. If you took him completely at his word, based on the incorrect things he was saying about Giardia and the nature of its transmission and the order in which he presented information, and just his word alone, you would have cause for concern for his kids. The problem is what he said was wrong about Giardia and its method of transmission, and research would have proven that, but you can't rely on the internet to, you know, like, unfortunately, like, you know, it's the internet. You have to be very careful, like, certain things you're deciding to put out there about yourself and your family. And also, we never figured out who did the CPS call. There have been rumors that it was a fired housekeeper, somebody that personally knew the family, etc. Who, like, almost anyone and everyone has been blamed for CPS. Like, it is the call, the call to CPS on that day broke the Guinness Book of World Records for the most participants in one phone call ever. Because anyone and everyone made the call. Like, at this point, you know, obviously I wouldn't actually defend this, but God, I fucking wish they would just, I wish, like, CPS without the name. Not actually, but, like, kind of, just because it's gonna be, like, the fucking, like, sweetest satisfaction when it turns out to be, like, a totally, like, non-Snark adjacent person. The entire premise would be destroyed. Even Aiden just submitted their anti-Semitic chatters in here. Have you not been reading chat? I just want Aiden to honestly reflect on why. There are a lot of people that have negative predispositions, like, towards Jewish people, etc. I use etc. too much, but those people exist, and especially so online. I'd never dealt with anti-Semitism outside of the internet, right? That's actually not true, but I did mostly online. Like, legitimate anti-Semitism, right? But naturally, there's going to be a lot of people that, unfortunately, there is a nation state that is committing horrific acts that are, you know, blasted all over social media and documented, rightfully so, that constantly reinforce in the public conscience that they are doing it in the name of Jewish people as a collective. They contribute to these negative stereotypes through their acts and pretending like their acts are synonymous in the will of the Jewish people as a whole, and that leads to negative perceptions about Jewish people. Obviously, that's not the reason anti-Semitism started, right? but it almost certainly is contributing to it now. Wow, so you were totally blameless for it? What am I doing that is contributing to anti-Semitism? Like, my start in online debate was debating neo-Nazis on shit like the Holocaust, the Second World War, etc. Like, it started because you guys won't assimilate. Well, that's not true. Ironically enough, the place that was the most ideal example of assimilationism was Germany. Right? There, like, no place on earth were Jesus as assimilated as they were in Germany. You had an influx of immigrants from the East that were more religious and less assimilated, the Ostjuden, but the ones that lived there were they considered themselves Germans. They fought in the First World War under the Kaiser. 50% of them were converts to Christianity, which was like unprecedented. Which I'm not saying that's a good thing per se. But if you're arguing for like assimilation, it was in Germany where assimilationism was the most evident. And unfortunately, some things happened that sort of moved the prominent Jewish consensus towards the Zionist viewpoint as opposed to the assimilationist viewpoint that came out of the Enlightenment.
And are like a legitimately traumatizing thing, like the fraudulent CPS call. Like, I get how inexcusable and abhorrent that is. I really do. But I just truly don't believe that this lawsuit is in any way, shape, or form helpful to anyone. Outside of the lawyers, they're fucking smiling ear to ear. They're salivating right.
Anti-Semitism didn't start. No, you're correct. You're correct. But the anti-Semitism that began in the German-speaking world in the 20th century was relatively unique because it was racial anti-Semitism. It wasn't just about culture or religious affiliation anymore. It was defined as a racial category, and you were categorized and then treated as a criminal as such.
And now literally drooling with a bib on. But it's harmful to, I think, literally everyone involved and does have potential ramifications for others way outside of it. I have never and will never be a fan of extreme litigation, and I have always been vocally advocating against creators going that nuclear path, and I always will. Of course, there are cases where it is understandable. Like I said, going after the snarkers that sent a fraudulent CPS thing.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about Germans when I said it started because you want. So there have been times where there was refusal to assimilate, but when assimilationism started to become the dominant view amongst Jewish intellectuals in the European world and was going in that direction, as evidenced by trends within pre-Nazi Germany, assimilationism and the path towards it was completely subverted by the Holocaust. Right? Assimilationism amongst Jews, really came really became prominent after the Enlightenment, which happened in, if I remember correctly, in the 19th or 18th century. And then after that, there was like debate amongst like thinkers. Herzl was originally an assimilationist, and then ended up, I guess, obviously going down the path of Zionism.
Through and the skulls and stuff. That one I do understand, but this one I could never support that, and I just can't see the real just cause behind it. And I think it is a terrible example for other creators in the space to follow, where maybe they believe that even though this is about like a Canadian defamation lawsuit, well, maybe they can try their luck in the States. You know, it's not like defamatory lawsuits are exclusive to Canada. There's better protections here, no doubt, but still, if they take from this that maybe the way to fight battles online...
You guys lost Germany in the first... I'm so sorry for doing that. That's my bad.
...is to go the litigious route, well, then it's just a huge mess across the board. I think it is just a very bad precedent. Even if, the lawsuit doesn't end in a victory for him, this way of engaging with discourse...
The lawsuit doesn't need to end in a victory for him for it to have its ideal consequence. Ethan Klein is only engaging in this lawsuit for the sake of getting back at iDubbbz, and based on my minimal understanding of Canadian law, iDubbbz is going to have to pay his legal expenses out of pocket, regardless of who wins and who doesn't. So, no matter which way you spin this, iDubbbz is still going to lose, right? Ethan's not really playing to win, he's playing to hurt iDubbbz. That is why the entire basis for the lawsuit is built upon the lie that iDubbbz endorsed or expressed factually the opinion that was actually expressed by Destiny.
I think has always been frowned upon, but
clip that.
For some reason is starting to get some more support behind it, and I just fully disagree with it. I think that this is genuinely just a like big threat across the board to just the entire space. Like, if discourse becomes, you know, fearful of like litigation flying back and forth, it's going to stifle a lot of voices and stifle some very like legitimate criticism down the line. It's just not something I want to see become.
Yes, because if we're assuming that the basis for this lawsuit would become precedent, which isn't even necessarily true, but let's assume that it just becomes precedent across the board tomorrow, you would be held accountable for the utilization of direct quotes that you were expressing disagreement with. You will be treated as if you were making that statement or quote yourself. How is that not an attack on free speech?
In place. Now, I did also have a brief conversation with iDubbbz about this as well, letting him know that this really is a horrible thing that he did to try and make his point. And he agreed. He said that it was a legitimately awful thing that he did to make that point, and that it was a genuine, sincere apology that he was issuing and how regretful he was from it. So
Ethan also lied by sending him a cease and desist, because to my knowledge, what a cease and desist implies is that the continuing to engage in the behavior specified under it will result in legal penalty, like or civil litigation, right? But the implication there would be, if you cease and desist, that litigation will not happen, right? Okay, iDubbbz didn't reiterate the statement. So what was the basis for the cease and desist? Like, iDubbbz gave in, even though he played ball out. He didn't, I don't even think he re-articulated the statement or re-platformed it, etc. So wasn't the cease and desist in and of itself a lie? He ceased the behavior. Why is he being sued? There's not, the reason for the suit is not good and is built on a lie, but even if we assume for a second that it is not, you sent him a cease and desist. He ceased the behavior you take issue with.
I did have a conversation with both sides of this to make sure I had like a full, clear picture of where everything was and what this was all about.
I don't know how it works in Canada, if the complaint is public or what. But if you look at it, he emphasizes throughout that he does think it's a serious accusation that needs to be investigated and that he doesn't think it's a joke, right? Now, I know people are like, well, why don't you sue Destiny for saying it? Well, Destiny...
Aiden makes me less anti-Semitic. Okay, well, you shouldn't be anti-Semitic, but the reason I would talk to people who are anti-Semitic is because I think that is there's benefits to that, right? Like, when people start engaging with members of the outgroup, it tends to wither away at certain perceptions of the outgroup. My only problem is, I feel like Kyle in that one South Park episode where his cousin comes into town and he's like, I've spent my whole life trying to build a good reputation for Jews in this fucking place, and it's just like a walking stereotype comes in. I feel like Kyle sometimes whenever we're reacting to like Rabbi Shmuley or like Ethan or something.
Made it immediately. First of all, this is a comment from Destiny, like made in passing. Ian put it on his screen for 2 hours during his main broadcast. Destiny made it clear that he was not being serious, right? Pretty much immediately after writing it. Like, nobody was like, yo, Destiny made this claim that Ethan molested his children. Oh, shit. No, people knew that when Destiny said it, was like, he was just being a dickhead. Or, I mean, he was being...
Yeah, like when iDubbbz said on this very stream that Ethan conveniently never acknowledges. We watched this entire segment. I never heard him acknowledge this. When iDubbbz pulls up the statement, he literally explicitly states that he does not believe it to be true.
Giant fucking piece of shit, right? But he immediately afterwards made it clear that he didn't actually think that. But Ian took that, and just because you're showing what someone else said doesn't make it not defamation, because you're showing essentially this accusation.
He's not suing because he's scared of Destiny. He's not suing because he believes that Destiny didn't like, or did like less damages than iDubbbz. The reason he's not suing Destiny is because the point of the lawsuit is not the lawsuit itself. The point is revenge. The point is to get back at the people that he's perceived as wronging him and looking for any excuse to utilize the legal system to do it, right? That is the entire reason behind all of this. He doesn't necessarily have a reason. The grudge doesn't exist for Destiny that does for Ian. He wants to hurt Ian. And the thing about based on my minimal understanding of Canadian law, it is that legal system that will best enable him to do that, because regardless of the decision, Ian's likely going to have to spend money and pay out of pocket money that he really can't spare to lose. The guy is a loser, right? He is, like, nobody, I certainly don't dispute that. But, like, he probably does not have, like, the money to just, like Ethan has the money to use on any fucking frivolous, like, legal venture he wants to go down. I highly doubt the same can be said about iDubbbz.
And bare of context and also kind of saying that you think it's true, right?
Now, after hearing Ethan explain,
I think he's gonna lose in Canada. I read their President for Defamation. I don't even think he's gonna win in Canada. But the winning is not his goal. For him, the win is hurting Ian.
I actually made the noble sacrifice of going back and watching the entire iDubbbz stream segment with this in it when he was talking about it. Whew, boy howdy. I'm not a hero. It was brave, but I don't need your flowers. That was agonizing. It was heinous, even. It was brutal. This whole segment where he was talking about that, I think, was really, really rough. But I don't recall at any point throughout it him actually trying to argue that it's a legitimate thing or trying to convince his audience that it's real.
He said the opposite. He said not only did he not try to argue that it was real or he believed it to be true, he overtly expressed that he did not believe it was true. That's a very important detail that Ethan conveniently omitted.
One of the big things is that it came from iDubbbz, who has actually met Ethan and his family.
I agree. You should tip. We're almost halfway to Streamly Gold. We're never going to hit it, but we can certainly at least get halfway. So you could support us by tipping through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that good stuff. Send me a funny message, and I'll be forced to read it, assuming that it's TOS. You know, all that. We'll be best friends, develop a parasocial relationship.
So there's like this air of credibility around him saying something like this. But that's just not true. He's not even trying to say anything about it is credible, even outright says that it's not, that he doesn't agree with it. So he's not trying to present it as a real argument based on, any of his experiences knowing Ethan and his family.
Also, I will say that I think Ethan Klein is terrified of this guy. So it's just kind of like legit. It is, to me, it's super funny that he has so much smoke for everyone that he thinks he can bully, but the person that he's fucking terrified, he just keeps very overtly running from. And it's like, yeah.
Now, while Ethan is 100% correct that iDubbbz says that this is a big allegation that Ethan should be addressing, he's not doing it earnestly, or at least I don't think he was. It's actually really kind of hard to tell. The whole segment was fucking awful, and the point he was trying to make was really dog shittily done. But what he's trying to say is that clip right there at the end, where Destiny said this extremely outrageous, outlandish, disgusting thing about Ethan, and yet Ethan doesn't have smoke for him, but he does for the other people that he's gone after through.
Yeah, that's why he was highlighting it. Not to express that he believed the statement to be true, not that he literally states otherwise, the total opposite, and I feel like Critikal's not emphasizing that enough.
Lawsuits. I'm pretty sure that's the point he was trying to make by putting that on screen, like, look, Destiny
Yo, thank you so much for the tip from, Thank you so much for the tip from... We gotta stop saying... We'll just call him Donos again. Mr. Gorilla says, is Augie ever streaming, or is he too scared to criticize Diorio in a meaningful way? I doubt that's why he's not streaming. He's also not scared to criticize Diorio. Augie's just too loyal. That's literally, like, I know how Augie operates. I've known him long enough. He provides infinite charity to his friends. It's not a matter of fear. It's a matter of he has this, like, overt, like, need to be loyal to his friends. But loyalty, it's a misconception of loyalty. Because loyalty is not just not speaking on negative behavior and only supporting them. Loyalty would be trying to express opinions towards them in a manner that you believe is going to be most beneficial to them, right? And believe it or not, criticizing your friends and the people that you like is a good thing to do for them. If you were just like telling someone everything they want to hear, or when you take issue not saying anything at all, you were doing them a major disservice. So like Augie has this like sense of loyalty, but I believe it would actually be, I think it's built on a misconception.
Said something absolutely despicable, yet you don't have that same energy for him as you do for the others. Unless I've blanked out and like erased moments from my memory from this segment, I don't recall him saying that this is like a serious thing he believes in and is presenting it as such. Like about Ethan is this, and this is a real allegation that really has a lot of water to it. Now, this doesn't change the fact that what iDubbbz did here is completely awful. To try and make this point using that kind of comment.
Okay, this is like, this, I gotta be honest, I don't want to attack the moderate, but like, this is like very, like, you could say he highlighted it in like a bad way, but like, no, he was making a point. He did so in a dramatic fashion, but he so long as he explicitly clarifies that he does not believe the claim being made is true or correct, then I don't understand what's like terrible here. Thank you for the 10. How about nope? Hope finals went well if you were done. Almost. The reason I'm pushing this Dan debate off, and the reason I'm not, someone wants me to start doing an agreement for clipping on TikTok. I'm so fucking busy, you've no idea right now. I'm like so busy. Well, it's lessening now. I'll be mostly free over the weekend, and after that my summer really starts. But yeah, I don't know if you could tell I'm a little tired here. Thank you, Edgar, for the 5. I, Aiden Steinberg, take personal responsibility and apologize for the death of Jesus, the gates of Toledo, and the Weimar Republic. Okay. All right, listen. That's Snark. That is Snark. That's Snark.
With something as monstrously evil as that is just so fucking low. It is. But I don't believe it's how Ethan is necessarily explaining it to everyone, where iDubbbz is really, believing in this. iDubbbz came over to my house, he met my family, now he's going out there saying these things. It is extremely scummy because he did meet his kids and everything, and now he's putting a comment out there like that. That is very scummy, but he's not using it to try and make this.
So you don't apologize? I don't what? I don't remember doing that. I don't recall doing that.
Claim that Ethan is those things. He's trying to use that to show that Destiny has said something so fucking terrible, yet you are not approaching him with the same energy you have everybody else. That is the point he was trying to make, I think, throughout that segment, at least from everything that I saw when watching it. Granted,
also, he isn't dead. Can you really be killed if you don't die? At least permanently die. Were you really ever killed to begin with?
Was very hard to sit through, but I'm pretty sure that's what he was trying to get at with that there. But I think that was a terrible way of going about it. Now, Ethan also addresses why he's not suing Destiny as well, and he's saying because Destiny cleared up that he wasn't being serious right away. I don't understand that. I'm not gonna lie. That's not making sense to me. Can't wrap my noodle around it. It's not computing. I think it is a very...
but if you die and come back to life, were you ever really dead to begin with? Because isn't death defined as the irreversible state of non-existence of a formerly living organism? Right? So were you ever really dead to begin with? That is the question.
Disgusting statement. 100%. He's not wrong for feeling like this is a terrible thing that's being said about him. That is a line you don't cross, talking about people's children in a manner like this.
Romans wash that... Well, regardless of which way you spin it, unfortunately, Ashkenazi Jews specifically descend from the people that were alleged to have killed Jesus. Because even if you're like, it was the Romans or whatever, as I said to you before, Ashkenazis are roughly 50 to 60% European, and 50 to 60% mixed like Middle Eastern and some other stuff. but amongst that 50 to 60%, that's primarily ancient Italian DNA from Rome. So regardless of which way you slice it, unfortunately, if it was the Romans, you still descend from those guys.
It's gross. It is gross. So then why is this defamation lawsuit reserved exclusively for iDubbbz with a nice big bow on it, but not also extended to Destiny, the genesis of that comment? Does that not just prove the point that I believe iDubbbz was trying to make in the first place, which is Destiny, for some reason, can say these atrocious, abhorrent things about Ethan, and for some reason, Ethan doesn't have the same anger towards Destiny as he does someone like iDubbbz. Now, I guess
because the anger is not built off of the platforming of the statement itself. The anger is built off of his preconceived grudge with iDubbbz for not coming in to defend him during his, like, beef with the whole, like, fucking Hassan crowd or whatever, and then coming out with that content cop. Like, Ethan understands that iDubbbz did not actually think or express that that thing actually happened, right? He explicitly states the opposite. This is just his reason to find an excuse to get back over the real grievance, which is something else entirely. It's a grudge. It is an obsessive grudge. And trust me, I know what that feels like because I've had obsessive grudges, right? I've had obsessive grudges with people. But I certainly wouldn't go as far as to use the legal system to get back at them. Well, I guess it depends on what they do, right? Like, if you, like, beat the fuck out of me, like, if you and your boys, like, jump me while I'm leaving my house and, like, fucking break my legs, I might use the legal system to get back at you, but...
And say, well, iDubbbz actually did meet his children and stuff, so it's an extra level of fucked up, which is fair. I do completely agree. It does add another fucked up rancid layer to this lasagna here, where he did actually know Ethan and his family, and would use a comment like that to try and make his statement about, like, being soft on Destiny or whatever. But I still just don't understand why Ethan is willing to just be like, yeah, but Destiny, you know, cleared up that he wasn't being serious. He was just goofing around. He was just being a dickhead. What? If the reason truly is that Canada's laws around defamation are significantly more lax, and thus you have a case in Canada, but not the US, then to me that tells me that it's not really a defamation case worth pursuing. And if you're not going after Destiny for these comments, but you will for iDubbbz trying to make a different point about it, again, I want to make it clear. I think the way iDubbbz went about doing this point is fucking atrocious. I don't know how much more clear I can make, but he wasn't trying.
Atrocious is crazy. I wouldn't even care if you said you disagree with the way that he expressed them. Atrocious? Really? We're pulling out. I feel like I'm dealing with DGG again. They had rent-free. They're living rent-free, but it's like the most dramatic verbiage possible, just for like dramatic effect or emphasis. Atrocious? It's like bad. If you disagree with it, it's like bad, maybe? If like that's your, but like atrocious.
To argue the legitimacy of the claim or anything like that. It was to show that you're very soft on Destiny, but not others, and used that outrageously gross comment as an example of it. But if you're going after iDubbbz solely because you know you can get a defamation case win because of Canada's laws not being as protective as the US's, that's why you don't go after Destiny, then that to me says that you were just trying to take advantage of those laws, the lax nature of those laws in Canada, to get revenge on someone that has wronged you.
I said from the beginning that
Yes, that is literally what all of this is about. His grievances are not the ones. I'm saying this again. This is what all of this is about. His grievances are not the ones expressed in the lawsuit. His grievances are about other preconceived beliefs, and he's making up legal justifications to utilize the legal system to get his revenge over these grudges. It is pathetic. It is dishonest, and ultimately, it risks setting bad precedent for everybody.
People want to go after my children, then, you know, the rules of engagement have changed forever. And that's what I said then. And when, when Ian broadcast this, I sent him a cease and desist because, I mean, there's certain things.
I feel like if you're a non-terminally online person, most people would be shocked by that statement being made. He's not making that statement. He's reading a statement from somebody else, explicitly expressing that he does not think it's true or agree with it, and is using it to highlight a different point. So yes, most people would find that statement shocking. The problem is that's not the statement iDubbbz made, is it?
Things that you don't say and you don't do, and lines you don't cross. And they flaunted it. They didn't take it seriously. And
I totally understand that. if someone is going to cross that line,
come on, Dad, please. I'm trying so hard not to like start snarking.
and going after like your children or your family, I get being upset about that. Absolutely. But you're saying that the rules of engagement have changed for everyone but Destiny? Because he is the one that made the comment, and you are like totally just okay with being like, but he cleared up that he wasn't serious. He cleared up he was just being a dickhead. It's just not making sense. And if iDubbbz throughout that stream segment was going on and on about how like actually serious this is and how much he really believes in it, trying to convince his audience that it's true, trying to like lead some kind of like investigation against you, like another CPS visit, like another fraudulent visit.
Yeah, like doing things like not explicitly stating that he does not think it's true, right? Things like that. But we're gonna keep pretending like he made this statement himself.
From CPS, then I would totally understand pursuing like litigation against that to stop it. Now, but from what I saw in that stream, there was nothing of the sort, and he did outright say that he doesn't believe it, and that he was only saying that it should be addressed as a way of pointing to you not wanting to engage with Destiny because you're afraid of Destiny. At least that's how it seemed from all of that garbage I sat through there. I'm pretty sure that's what he was getting at. Now, he does mention a cease and desist here, which
Destiny's
they did
entire
cease and
team
desist,
desperately going through the moist critical chat logs for a Doobie connection so they can... Dude, unironically, they're in the chat. They're literally like gonna look through this entire guy's online history to find something they could pretend to be concerned about, regardless of if Destiny has engaged in behavior that would lead to the exact same implications they're implying, off of whatever it is they're trying to mischaracterize in bad faith to find some reason to smear a critic. So true.
And it does seem like iDubbbz was...
That's always his go-to place. Don't challenge the substance. Look for something to smear them on. Why is the first place he's going with Ethan saying something like that? Because he's just looking to say the most damning thing possible over his grievance in relation to the criticism expressed against him.
And filled with jubilation upon receiving it. I've seen a couple of clips where he was like really nonchalant about it, almost seemed kind of happy about it. Maybe he thought it'd be like a big boom of exposure or something. I really don't know who would celebrate something like that. But yeah, it seemed like he wasn't taking it seriously. And he did eventually come out and say like he really regrets doing this segment and like how bad it was, and that he did make like an apology for doing it.
Got it. So he was asked to cease and desist, lest legal consequence occur. So he ceased and desisted. So why the fuck is legal consequence occurring? Oh, that's right, because Ethan really wants to hurt Ian. That... Like, it can't get more simple than that. He is using the legal system as his tool to enact vengeance. And it's not even vengeance, because it's starting to become apparent to everybody that he's the aggressor and he's the bully. He claims these people are coming after him, but even when they're not even talking about him anymore, he will still be going through everything they're doing and posting about it on his Instagram.
Thinking he went too far, but it did take a while. And it's worth mentioning that his community, iDubbbz, like his stream chat and like the people watching iDubbbz, were not supportive of his actions with showing that comment and trying to make that point using something so heinous. It's not like his audience was eating it up and really celebrating what he did here. His own audience was turning against him for doing that, from what I saw. Now again, I've only learned about all this after the fact.
I wanted to start a fake stream with the only goal getting Doobie to pay me. He drops 2K streamer like nothing. Yeah, I guess I got all the negative implications for getting tips from him, but I didn't make 2K. I made like 200 max. But yeah, if anyone wants to give me $2,000, you can do so through Streamlabs and Super Chats.
Maybe some of like the positive stuff was scrubbed or deleted, but a lot of what I can find was people in his audience really didn't agree with him doing this.
I don't see how you can say that.
Also, where the fuck are the likes at? Where the fuck are the likes at, Dad? There's over 100 people watching, but like 50 likes? What are we doing here, man? It's one fucking button.
Not justified.
I am nothing. A general is nothing without his army. A general is nothing without his army. And where is my army? Stop yelling at... I'm not yelling at you, am I?
When somebody's... who's your former friend who's been to your house and met your children is broadcasting this as a silly, it's just silly. Ethan needs to address this little minor claim that he molested his own children and he's a pedophile. Is that funny? I don't know. Is that a joke? Is that free speech? I don't think so. Then the other thing I hear is like, this is a grave threat against free speech. No, it's not. Defamation laws exist in every major Western country, because you can't just say people molested their children. That's not free speech. That's not protected speech.
And good thing iDubbbz didn't.
El Jeff is on one. El Jeff, dude, El Jeffy. It's your boy El Jeffy in the house, dude. I actually listen. Do we have any Hispanic amigos in the chat? I want you to show that clip to your abuela or your abuelita abuela, my bad. Show it to your abuela or your abuela. And I want to see their react. I want you to tell them, I want you to preface it by saying the man who's speaking is Hispanic. And I want you to show them the way he pronounces it. And I'm very curious to hear how they react.
That would be the comment that was left by someone else. So if that is the big problem that this was said in the first place, then wouldn't that energy be channeled at the person who actually said it? He's trying to portray it as though Ian is championing it, that he is trying to use this knowingly fraudulent information to push an agenda that Ethan is a monster, that does the unthinkable to his children. But when watching it, again, that's just not what he was saying, and he did outright say he doesn't believe it in the first place. He then goes into like, how is that a joke? Well, you just...
¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Biblioteca es aquí. Okay? I am a powerhouse of knowledge. Okay.
Just said that the person who left the comment, Destiny, was just joking, basically. He was just being a piece of shit. But he wasn't being serious. That was a goof. That doesn't make sense, man. So it was a joke when he wrote the comment, but it's not a joke when iDubbbz is trying to use it to shittily make a point. And it was.
Yo, thank you, Kinetic Kel with the 5. Aiden, you were never missing lately. No homo. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for the 5. And thank you for the kind words, which I did not interpret as homosexual.
Wasn't even making a joke.
Not that that would be a problem.
About the comment itself, just more so that you weren't getting upset at Destiny for making it in the first place.
You can't accuse someone of committing a heinous crime. That's not, if they didn't, that's not free speech. That's not protected speech.
It's a good thing that Ian never did that, right?
It's actually explicitly carved out in the law as, you know, this is the legal route you take when someone defames you, right?
Ethan, of all people, should be very familiar with how defamatory lawsuits can be exploited by those with a lot of money. He was the guy that always fought on the right side of these kind of battles. And now in this case, I really think he's lost his way in that regard. What he is describing here is not even what iDubbbz did. He's talking about, you can't make these comments, that's not free speech. Destiny made the comment, man. Literally.
It's true! I wish Critikal would literally play the clip of iDubbbz explicitly stating that he does not agree with the message being displayed on screen.
And yet, you're not going after him. You've already excused him, wrote it off as a, you know, he wasn't being serious, a dickhead, and are instead going after iDubbbz, who was very shittily using it to make
the Aiden Kel romance arc was romance? Really? That's what we're calling that? Romance.
A very different point, and even outright said he doesn't believe it, by the way. So it really feels less about the actual defaming and more about just being able to continue to, like, really drive the nail into iDubbbz, which is extremely unnecessary.
Oh, wait, dude, I forgot about... You had to be here in 2024 to get this reference. Dude. I forgot this picture existed. So this... This is a throwback. This is a throwback. That's Jalen right there. And next to Jalen was Jalen's then girlfriend at the time, Lilith. And then this other individual that it was like a trans polycule or something. But this drama got bad because this Lilith person, and I ended up pressing them on this, they were essentially, if I remember correctly, abusive towards Jalen, like unironically, like abusive, and I'm pretty sure there was like an allegation of some sort of impropriety, allegedly in a sexual context. But I remember I was somebody that hasn't been favorable to Jalen, obviously. But I remember covering this at the time, and this Lilith person on the right is insane, dude. She experiments with DMT and thinks she's like the fucking smartest human alive. It's like bizarre, dude. Bizarre. The smell of this room must be insane.
His own community didn't agree with him when he did this. He lost members of his community for this because he was so in the wrong for it. Everyone was on your side when all of this was unfolding. So really, what else are you even trying to accomplish? He came out of that much worse, and he outright apologized for it, admitted how wrong he was for it, and everything like that eventually, which is a significantly bigger L than like a legal one in the eyes of the internet, to be like that wrong and that much on like the wrong side of like the drama. By every possible interpretation, you won here. You proved the claims were fraudulent, they were false, they're not real, and people were on your side in this whole situation here. And against
it's not
how
about but so this is relying on a fundamental misconception once again. Ethan is not actually mad over IDub showing the statement itself. He's not mad over IDub showing the statement itself. That needs to be hammered home, okay? He's just using this as a proxy to get even with somebody that he wants to hurt, right? This is just his excuse to do it.
IDubs had gone about trying to make this point.
Is Jalen taller than you? Yeah, like a lot taller than me. Like very fucking tall.
Had to do was just leave it at that. But by making this lawsuit, you've now made a new issue out of it that is a concern and can affect other people entirely unrelated to it. And I'm honestly very surprised why Ethan can't see that. After all of the lawsuits he's been through, something like this should be very apparent how it can be.
Why he can't see that? Oh, it's almost like he's surrounded himself in an echo chamber of glazers and people like Diorio who want to give this guy, because anatomical skulls were shipped to his home, and because somebody, and we never figured out who this is, if it was somebody in his real life, we've never established this was a snarker, and he smeared denims claiming that it was her that had this occur or whatever. But somebody, due to statements that he made on stream, reckless, stupid fucking statements that he made on stream about his kids and incorrect information about the nature of an illness occurring in his household. Somebody called CPS, an investigation occurred, and nothing came of it. But because these two things happened, there are certain people that believe that Ethan Klein should have a blank check to enact endless vengeance against anyone that he wishes to do so to, regardless of if he becomes the person doing the wronging in the process, which for the past year, he has been.
Used exploitatively against others, even outside of a case of like this extreme degree. Like Ethan of 10 years ago, I think would absolutely see that, but right now, I just think after everything that he's been through, he's just completely clouded by—
It's almost like it's not healthy or beneficial to enable the negative behavior of somebody you supposedly like. Like, it's almost like certain people need a reality check.
And can't see that anymore. But now let's dive into like the concern about how this can affect, free speech.
I heard a crazy rumor that Aiden is like the only one in his friend group that didn't. One of my friend groups. Yeah. One of my friend groups. Yep. And it's funny because the talking point has been, people have been saying I'm going to be trans since I was like 15 or whatever. That was like the snark against me. And then I've just watched everyone who was saying that become trans. Check DMs. Huh? Huh? Wait, I didn't mean to click this. Stupid fucking bird. I feel compelled to post this since apparently people think this was a one-off event. No. In the Snark chords, like the ones J-Stalk runs, this guy was and still is an active member. Let's take a look.
To all the fat Ethan Klein fans, I want my apology. You crazy bitch. To all the fat Ethan Klein fans, I want my apology. You crazy bitches, remember when I made this post about Gila Klein admitting that she was addicted and popping and snorting and freebasing Lexapro when she was pregnant with baby Bruce? And you guys called me crazy. You guys went on a tangent acting like Lexapro isn't crazy and not a crazy hardcore drug because you bitches are on it. Well, I was right. Bruce Klein is a helmet baby, meaning that his skull is not formed, his brain is not formed.
It's a fuck joke, okay? It's an edgy joke. It's like shock humor, once again, occurring in 2022. What am I supposed to do with this information?
He's underdeveloped, Probably because Gila was.
It's mean, okay? It's very mean. I know I sound gay or whatever. It's very mean.
Addicted to Lexapro. So, because you fat bitches were so wrong, I'm gonna need an apology. And if I don't get one, 10 years, bad luck. To all
Ethan Klein's son will coincidentally meet me when he's 18. Ethan's son Bruce is okay. All right. Yeah, let's not do things like this. But like this guy's literally known for being it's like they're using instances of people who are explicitly known for engaging in shock humor. Like, what are you expecting? That's their thing. This is literally what both of these people are known for. Obviously, I disavow. There is no reason, comedically, there's no reason his kids should be coming up in discussion unless it pertains to an act of drama. But this was years ago, right? Oh, the last one's from 2026. Yeah, he needs to chill. But why is it everybody's expectation to answer for this?
Or discourse online, because Ethan is talking about like how he doesn't understand how it could because this is such an extreme thing that was said that's so gross. And he's right. This is...
You can end up needing a helmet for your baby simply for not turning them enough. When I was a baby, I was left alone for hours, and I never needed a helmet. Nobody was around to turn me over. And I turned out fine. I didn't need a helmet.
Is a very gross thing that was said. And if iDubbbz was pressing it as a very legitimate thing and trying to make it seem like it's true to everyone, that kind of thing, then it would make a lot more sense to go this kind of route. Because that is something like the Snark community was doing with like some really unhinged behavior. So like that would make sense to me. But that's not what happened here. And the reason why this is concerning is because let's say Ethan does win this lawsuit here. That then opens the door for other people to come in with less extreme shit. Like, yes, in this case, it is very over the top and gross. But defamatory...
Yeah, when I was a baby, the logic was, if I was crying, just ignore, for hours upon hours until I eventually shut up. Which I did, and it was an effective parent. It taught me discipline, actually, from a very young age. I learned patience, I learned emotional self-regulation, and I learned, it's honestly beneficial. It was beneficial, in my opinion.
Statements aren't just this extreme level. Defamatory statements
I'm joking, obviously.
are very wide-reaching. And this being something you can point to like, okay, so it worked for Ethan. It can probably work for me against this guy who said this thing that actually damaged my brand. In Ethan's case, I think it'd be very hard to even prove damages in the first place. I don't know if that's something that's required by like Canadian law. I have no fucking clue at all. I know they don't have the same level of free speech protections or anything like that, so maybe it's not even a requirement or whatever. But I think it would be a Herculean task to prove that H3 had suffered like a reputational hit or a loss of revenue or a brand tanking because of iDubbbz's stream here. Because what has often been flexed by a lot of people is how H3 has thousands upon thousands of live viewers all the time, and iDubbbz would have like 100. So H3 being like 100x the size of iDubbbz, it would be very hard for anyone to point to and say, what iDubbbz did here really damaged the H3 brand, and here's the proof.
This was a thing in the 90s, Aiden. Oh. Well, doesn't that cause this condition? I knew a girl when I was in school who had, when I was in school, because of my writing stuff, I was on an IEP. Like I was allowed to type for assignments that were written, because I did at one point have trouble writing. My fine motor grip is not the best. So I never held a pencil properly or whatever. But I ended up meeting someone that also had an IEP, but like they had reactive like attachment syndrome or something, which apparently can result from not being given physical attention as a baby.
we lost so many members on YouTube or something. Like, that's clearly not going to happen. But someone else absolutely could. Like, something that a lot of people talk about online, like commentary YouTubers, I suppose will stay in that realm, is scammers. So why couldn't a scammer then utilize this same play? Okay, we can actually prove damages because they talked about, a customer's terrible experience with us, and that was defamatory, and look at how much business it cost us, and it ruined our reputation. And I think you could possibly point to Ethan's lawsuit here should he win as evidence, like, look, he got a defamatory ruling.
I wasn't left alone as a baby. I was left alone the second I wasn't a baby, but before that, my parents were pretty good when I was a baby.
In his favor after suing iDubbbz for something someone else said. So we are going to be suing this YouTuber for what this customer said that they talked about in their content that ruined our brand or took away some business. Because in a lot of commentary videos, the sources come from others, whether it's individuals or something else. So if you can sue for a reason like this and win, it does open up to exploitation from some bad actors. So yeah, while it is kind of extreme in what has happened here between iDubbbz and H3, I think you could very easily look at it and say, okay, if he can sue for what someone else said and was on his stream, why can't I sue for what someone else said that was in their content that I believe defamed me?
Yes, if set as precedent, this would enable endless attacks on speech that wouldn't be substantiated by wrongdoing of the party that is engaging in said speech. If Ethan's precedent were applied, you would be able to sue people for defamatory statements that they were quoting and vehemently expressing disagreement with, which obviously would have insane... I'm not saying that that's a real risk we're running with here, but that should let you know, like, whenever we're talking about a case, think to yourself, if the outcomes are rule in favor of the plaintiff, and if they are applied as legal precedent, obviously this is being conducted in Canada, not so familiar with the Canadian legal system, but if they were applied as precedent, what would the implications be? And when you take the reasoning behind why Ethan is suing and what he is suing for here, if you were to apply that as actual legal precedent, that would have major, major negative implications for free speech. Aiden didn't get enough okay, good one, buddy. No, I kept to myself as a kid. I liked playing by myself. When I was a kid, we used to have a backyard, so I just used to spend all my time out in the backyard, turning over rocks, looking at bugs and shit by myself. It was fun. It was,
And I just think that it does open the door to some problems. And I've seen the responses kind of split. In the commentary community, I thought it'd be unanimously, discouraged for pretty obvious reasons. It has historically always been spit upon, but because it's now against someone people don't like, iDubbbz, they're okay with it and even laughing about it, which I just don't really get. I don't know how the lesson hasn't been learned that when something gets used against someone you don't like, it doesn't mean it's only ever going to be used against people you don't like. Once that can of worms is open, it becomes the Wild West, and it can be a problem for everybody. Like, making an exception like...
You weren't an only child? I was not an only child, but circumstances existed as such where I was... How do I put this? Functionally for a little while, probably, me and my brother are polar opposites. I love my brother, but we have nothing in common. So there's not really a whole lot of room for much engagement on that front.
Yeah, ooh, not good. I've always been really against YouTubers filing, litigation against other content creators, but since it's iDubbbz, I'll be okay with it. Which I think is some pretty silly shit. I think the internet, in its first go-around with this topic, pinned the tail on the donkey. I think they were correct with the take on this topic, that being extremely litigious and going after other content creators and such with defamatory lawsuits and such is just not very good. It's the same...
I agree.
Tactics that have been used from some extremely shady companies in the past against people online, and it's just a tactic that used to...
We're Irish twins. We're like a year apart.
To unanimously leave a sour taste in the mouth of just normal people online. But now in this case, because it's against someone they don't like, they're willing to be all right with it and turn the other cheek to it. And I just
for a second, I had just like when he said that, I just had like a PTSD flashback. You just had to be there, man. You just had to be there. I can never look at the expression turning the other cheek the same way since the incident happened. Okay, since the incident happened. I was thinking for the 2-year anniversary of my stream arc, my new streaming arc or whatever, I was thinking of getting Andre back on stream for like an interview, a retrospective.
Don't think that's right. Again, if iDubbbz truly was spreading maliciously fraudulent information of this disgusting stuff that was made in this comment and saying like this is
can you fucking believe, if you guys have been here since then, how does it feel to know we are approaching the 2-year mark? Dad, we are approaching the 2-year mark. For those of you that remember the days I got into Spicy and was being a shit stir, we're gonna be 2 years removed from that, Sam.
real, this is true, this is awful, look at what's happening, look what he's done, that kind of thing, I would really understand it more then, because then that is very different than just normal internet beef. That is psychopath evil shit. But from what I've seen in that stream, that's not what was happening. So I really don't understand this perspective from commentary channels to treat this like it's just some kind of hoot and holler and goofy thing, you know, let's celebrate it, point and laugh.
We've lost many along the way, okay? We've lost Xi being the main one. Remember that guy, my mod from China, that we never heard from again? Xi. We've lost Lumpy, okay? We've lost some others that I don't care to mention by name because I hate them. We've lost, Miro. I mean, so many have fallen in battle for the cause.
I think it's pretty easy to see how this could potentially be used as ammunition in some less than savory lawsuits going forward, specifically in Canada. It would obviously be like for Canadian YouTubers, but even still, it's probably best not to just have more ammunition for some bad actors to be able to exploit legally. Like, I just don't understand why, because it's happening to iDubbbz, everyone's willing to just, like, forget about the last, like, fucking 15 years of everyone knowing that this kind of thing isn't really good. So yeah, I've been yapping about this for a minute now, but I do cover these, like, YouTuber, streamer lawsuits that occasionally pop up, the ones that I'm aware of, at least, and this one was very surprising to see. Now, like I said,
This was okay. It was still, like, pretty fenced city, I guess, but, like, so long as we have a major YouTuber calling this out, like, it seems like some of his, like, descriptions of the usage of the legal system to serve Ethan's benefit were actually pretty accurate. Oh my god, dude.
Welcome back to a series.
I'm not watching this. I need to hear what this fucking idiot has to say. I hate this guy so much. I actually...
Clearly, as someone who's been to Ethan's house and met his...
Legally, the other lawsuits are about copyright, but everybody knows this is a long-standing beef. This is simply revenge on everybody who decided to go after his kids, who decided to make his life hell.
Go after it? Why are you like this, man? Why are you like this? It just, like, it hurts me. It hurts me. I can't even hate you. I can't even hate you. I feel sad for you, okay? I feel sad for you. How can one person be this fucking insufferable?
Decided to lie and slander him on the internet. So then Ethan claims that iDubbbz was presenting it as a serious accusation, while Destiny was not.
He does it as a watermark for his whole hours-long stream. It's a comment that says, quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3 is likely a pedophile who has molested his own children. And he's basically rebroadcasting this comment uncritically. He emphasizes throughout that he does think it's
in Canada and it wouldn't. Okay, he's a scumbag, litigious guy, or hey, they fucked with his kids, they kind of deserve it. Even if it's like, oh, you're trying to find an easy law to hit him with only in Canada and it wouldn't apply in the US, so that means you don't believe it as much. Yeah, sure. And I think he admits it's like for revenge. I don't know if that's good to admit for his case, but we pretty much know that's why it is. So then Ethan responds to
revenge
people like Moist and other people who are saying,
didn't do. When did iDubbbz go after his kids? When did iDubbbz go after his kids?
Something like that.
Thank you for the 5, Critikal. We'll never forget when he was like, Hassan tried to pick on my appearance, but realized I'm actually I'm ripped. So fucking true.
And get guillotined or executed. That is not a fan of that, actually. It's a little lame for me. In fact, the lawsuit would...
Guillotine? The guillotine?
Pretty much just be free money for me. It would be a little bit of a headache, but, you know, free money. I'll take it. No chance Mr. Terrorist Supporter was winning that. But all in all, what
the guillotine, guys. They're sending his ass to the guillotine.
I'm trying to say is that I'm not a fan of litigation either, right? But, you know, when it's really, really heinous people, it's very hard to have that level of sympathy. Yes, if I was the most...
Oh, so you know, I really like, I don't want to take, I know this, like, violates every preconceived precedent I've set by posturing about free speech whenever it's, like, negatively affecting a right-winger or whatever, but, like, I need to add in that I don't feel bad for the parties involved, so I don't have to express explicit disavowal for this thing that violates my already preconceived standard, because I'm a fucking pussy. Holy fuck, dude. It's like it's so tiresome. It's so tiresome. 200,000 views, 233,000 views. The world's a mess. Guys like this are doing 233K. Well, the smaller fish never get to do the eating. World's a mess. And this guy should prove it to you. Well, Moist Critikal makes a second video, so let's take a look at this. This is the tech... Oh, he defends tech tone too? Of course, because of course he does. Of course he does, right? Need to make sure he has the fucking worst take on everything, right? Because a sides-cocked, unprincipled loser. Of course he fucking defends tech tone on everything. Alright. Where the fuck? Penguin Zero. One sec. Also, can somebody send me what Dioria said on the Reddit? I'm hearing there was something that got said on the Reddit that's, like, ridiculous. Alright, we're gonna watch the second video, but before we do, I gotta piss. So give me 2 seconds, guys. Do not go anywhere, okay? Do not go anywhere. We're watching the second video. What I will leave you with here very quickly is, awesome footage. Of something happening.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be a pretty...
Well, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, guys. We have more to do. I don't know. What the fuck will I leave you with? I guess we could I'll leave you with this segment I did about a girl who was apologizing for cheating on her boyfriend with her cousin. Yes, that actually did occur. I'll be right back.
I'm so sorry for hurting you, and I'm sorry that I did not take your feelings into consideration when I did what I did. But our relationship was not picture perfect as it may seem. I lost myself in our relationship, and I was in a very dark place at the time when I did what I did. I have to own up to what I did, and I have to take accountability for my actions. And in doing that...
This is my type. I mean, she's not my type. She's pretty. I don't know what to say.
I've come to realize that I need help for myself and for all my loved ones around me. I know I've done wrong. I fucked up. And I'm taking time away to seek professional help in order to correct my mistakes, reflect on what I've done, and...
Dude. She's going... Can you imagine being like the therapist that gets assigned this one? Can you imagine? Dude, the reason I don't go ever like see a therapist is because if I have to introduce them to all the lore, they're just gonna sit there on the first day and be like, "What the fuck?" And I just don't want to have to see that reaction. With her, she really should have that worry. She really should have that worry.
And become a better person. But I would still like to come on here to share my story because regardless, I've done wrong and I did not have to go down that route and I deeply regret it. But
dude, I'm back. I was just checking my fucking replies on X and somebody said I'm a stain on the earth. It's like a little mean, don't you think? You know? There's real feelings, okay? To you, it's just a screen. But to me, there's real feeling. True? What do you mean true? What are you talking about? That's not true. That's Snark.
A poisonous topic where the only winning move is not to play. In regard...
Bit antiseptic. Yes, it's antiseptic.
It's to covering the H3 versus iDubbbz lawsuit. But sometimes you put your hand on the stove to see if it's still hot. And boy howdy is it ever. Like I've always said, I treat this channel like a diary. I just blabber about things that I feel like talking on, just sitting in my chair, kicking my little 5'6" petite leggies around and just giving my—
Why is bro streaming from hell? Okay. Dude, I was always there was a big opportunity missed by not going with Aiden Underworld, or like Aiden Undead or some shit. That was a really missed opportunity, wasn't it? Yo, thank you for the 2, Cal, Legoland. We'll have to say I'm not a Legoland guy.
My thoughts from the old steel trap up here on it. And one topic I've always covered is creator lawsuits. So, when I heard about the H3 vs. iDubbbz defamation case, I wanted to take a peek into it, sink my teeth in there and see what's going on, because that is a pretty wild thing to learn about. And learn about it I did like a little scholar. It was a—
I did not defend the murder of what? Huh? I did not defend the murder of Jesus, okay? That is not true.
The new lawsuit, it was only public knowledge for like 24 hours. So
You literally also from the Christian perspective, wasn't like an America, wasn't the fact that he died and came back like a miracle? Isn't that what gave many of the apostles like their faith or whatever?
So I did as much.
You tried to argue it wasn't. I was being a shitter. I was saying, if were you ever really dead to begin with? If it is in fact a reversible state, because I'm pretty sure under a definition of death that I heard that like it's the irreversible state of non-existence for a previously living organism. Obviously, I know I know what they mean by death in this context. I was being a shitter.
Research on it as I could and watched the iDubbbz stream that started, that is like the main catalyst of it. I watched the H3 stream where he explains his lawsuit, and I talked
No, I'd be pedantic if I was standing by that. I'm not, right? It was just I'd be pedantic if I was like still saying like, technically it's not death because I obviously was being a shitter, right?
To both parties, iDubbbz and Ethan, to try and get the clearest, most complete picture of everything going on here, and then I just gave you my view on it from the old Floridian homunculus eyes. And I think I've always made it abundantly clear, you're always welcome to disagree with me. I've always kept that door wide open.
Wow, thanks for the permission. Thanks for the permission.
Because I actually value differences of opinion. I hate—
This guy's fair and moderate. He considers both perspectives. Brave and so true, Queen.
Echo chambers. I spit on that constantly. I actively shut down the idea that you have to agree with everything I say or else I hate you.
Balls Mahone with the 10, thank you so much. Where were you on the night of the crucifixion? I don't know, probably like smoking like Fent or some shit.
You're tacky and I hate you. Throughout all my content, from the womb to the tomb.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Thank you, Ace Howler, for the raid. Much appreciated. Very, very based and truth-pilled. Much appreciated. Not gonna thank your you don't need to sweep for me in the ACC. You're never gonna win over people like that. I'm never gonna win over people like that. It was a mistake to even step in there to begin with. They're literally. Weren't you just saying not to scare the hose away? Why are you mocking him? Who am I mocking?
I have always welcomed discussion.
I'm not mocking Jesus. I was just like being a shitter, going on a. Not that I'm Christian or anything, but like, you know, that's not what I was doing. Alright? God knows my heart.
And people having a difference of opinion because, as I've always said, I think when you surround yourself with sycophants and you only lock yourself into one way of viewing things, you do yourself a disservice. I think it is a bad thing to just be constantly locked in a bubble. Now, the reason I mention that is because I made the mistake, I committed the old sin of taking a peek at what the discussion was around this video on, like, Reddit and Twitter, which something I haven't done in quite a few moons now. I was expecting, like, actual discussion because I'm new to this topic and I wanted to see, okay, well, what are some things that I didn't know about? What can I learn about here and dive deeper on? And there was some very valid critiques and some information that I could get my hands on and learn more.
I don't want to rage bait Christians. If I was definitively convinced of the existence of a God or wanted to believe in one, it would be the Christian God. I've expressed affinity for various concepts that seem to be regular themes in the Christian religion, like redemption. It's a very powerful concept.
But boy howdy, there was a lot of hoopla that I couldn't have even imagined would be like a controversial thing. And there were people that were proudly stating they didn't watch the video and then getting angry at things they assumed I might have said in it, or attacking me for things.
Welcome to the internet. Welcome to the internet. After my first debate with Destiny, you could see the reply. Everyone was like saying like you got blown the fuck out or whatever. I'd reply. I'd be like, okay. My go-to is, okay. What point did I end up losing on? Out of curiosity, and every single person, as I went down the list, before some fucking DGG drone says that I'm lying about it, you can check it on X. It was like, I don't remember, that was a week ago, or some shit, or like nobody could remember. Like, I don't think they actually watched the discussion.
That I never said that aren't in the video, because
I'm sure there's redemption in Judaism too, but it seems like the messianic prophecy of if you were to believe in a God. If you are not an atheist, right, and you definitely believe in a God, and you're Jewish, it seems like the messianic prophecy was fulfilled under Scripture, through the resurrection of through Jesus, right? That he seems to be the Messiah that the Jews described, and it seems as though, you know, from a religious perspective, there's a little bit of coping that occurs surrounding this. It's like your Messiah. If you subscribe to these abstract concepts that are not immediately evident to you in the physical world, and believe in the ancient lore and history, etc., what is it seems like your messianic prophecy was fulfilled.
They didn't watch it, or they're replying to someone who's just actually making shit up that they're pulling out of their ass that I never said. So it just feels fucking useless to even engage in the topic in that case. Like, it's so odd. Like, one that I didn't expect was just me mentioning that I'm not online as much as I used to be was apparently like a highly debated topic.
The guy whose entire career is front running whatever's going viral is saying that he doesn't know what's going on the internet. All right. I mean, obviously we got to take his word for it, right? Let's see what videos he's been making.
I mean, yeah, I didn't believe that he didn't know about like certain aspects of this, but who cares to contest this? We finally have like a big fucking YouTuber that is, I mean, Hassan's obviously big, but like somebody that otherwise wouldn't have been like, you know, a partisan or aligned with one side over another. He is starting to express very important aspects of it, very important sentiment that we need expressed right now. So I don't really care to like fucking contest him on what he did know beforehand or what he didn't know. The question is, where has he arrived at now? And where is he willing to move to if these points are laid out to him? And if you're trying to purity test and attack him for every single fucking statement, all you do is push away potential allies.
Lego. Watch Mojo got even more pathetic. Degenerate cringe. Lego vigilantes. Lego scandal keeps getting messy. Department responds to the Lego scandal. Lego scandal is getting extremely dangerous and scary. Cringe officer embarrasses himself. Lego scandal keeps getting crazier.
The gist of it is, when I was talking about the defamation lawsuit, I also mentioned that Ethan has other active lawsuits against other creators, and I called him the Nintendo of YouTubers because he's become extremely litigious. But I didn't dive into those other lawsuits because I didn't know much about them. And that claim is apparently extremely hard to believe because everyone thinks and assumes that I am terminally online like I used to be 2 or 3 years ago. So when I said that's...
I mean, I could believe he didn't know the ins and outs, right? He seems like somebody that gives a very vibes-based analysis, but I think he knew of it, right? He probably knew of it.
Not the case. There are quite a few people that just don't believe me. Unfathomable moment, so it must be a lie. So here's a streamer debunking by going through my channel and noticing I've posted a lot of videos on Lego, for example, because of the big Lego scandal, which I think is a very interesting example to use off the point he's making about me front-running every viral story. Because with the Reckless Bin versus Bricks and Minifigs Lego scandal,
The chicken question? What is the chicken question?
Actually was getting called out for avoiding that and ignoring it because I was late to covering it. Reckless Bin dropped part 1 on May 21st, and I heard about it from Stream Chat, and then a friend sent it to me as well, and I made my video covering it on May 26th, 5 days later, but in that interim, people were saying I was avoiding the topic. I just find it fascinating how if I cover something quickly or extensively, like in the case of the Lego scandal, that's a problem.
He probably heard of the tentative ruling, but probably I don't believe he probably didn't know what it meant, or he saw the people that were both sidesing it or arguing for the other and just decided not to get involved because he doesn't like to take on hard positions. That's what I believe probably occurred.
Front-running shit to capitalize off the virality of it. But if I am late to covering something, well, that means that I was avoiding it and I must have known about it the whole time and had ulterior motives to avoid the topic out of cowardice.
Aiden is going to be the new Destiny after show if he lets me help him. All it'll take is a couple planned debates and some strategy and organization. Aiden is better than food shops, anyone would agree. Yes, I understand, as I've said before, when they've tried to claim that I'm being financially motivated for the positions that I am going against Destiny on, etc., or that I'm being motivated by some self-benefit other than I believe in the claims that I'm saying, right? I've explained before that I could reasonably flip and go in and start being this guy's defender. The problem is, and it would be far more beneficial to me personally to do so. The problem is, I have a conscience. I know it doesn't seem like it, right? I'm not like some super fucking moral human being or whatever, but like I would not be able to sit there and lie every day and feel good about myself.
And I only talk about it when pressed. Feels like a lose-lose. If I'm too quick to something or too interested in something so I make a lot of content on it, well, then I'm just there to front-run it and capitalize off it being popular. But if I'm too slow to it, well, it means I was actually avoiding it the whole time.
How am I
and when I do cover it, well, it's only because people pressured me. So where's the Goldilocks zone? I can't be too quick to something or too interested in it, because that's frowned upon. But I also can't be too slow to it or not cover it at all, because then that must mean that I knew about it the whole time. I'm damn near omniscient, I guess. I see everything, and thus, if I am slow to it or don't talk about it, then there was an ulterior motive and a deeper reason that's nefarious. So
welcome to Snark. Welcome to Snark. It's just something you sort of got to put up with, right? You will never please everybody. You will never please everybody.
The Goldilocks zone. I personally don't see why it's so hard to believe that, considering in a lot of the stories I cover, they have already been covered by others, like Golden Darkest, for example. Slap Live has beaten me.
You don't have to. Why would I want to enter Destiny's orbit? Like, the thing is, like, although I'm not like a fucking narcissist per se, I have like a very egocentric worldview. I like to win and I like to know people are there for me, etc. And I would never feel good about living in somebody else's fucking shadow. I just would never feel good about that.
Like every topic for the last year, basically. And the way I find out about a lot of the things I cover is through, like I said, friends sending it to me, or when I do stream, which isn't daily, I'm a semi-retired streamer, but when I do stream chat, putting things on my radar. And naturally, what people are probably going to be sending are the popular things, because that's what they've seen. So that's usually what I get sent. But it's not all the time either. Like on his stream, as he was scrolling around talking about how it's only like, you know, the big popular stuff, he passed multiple things that weren't. Like that video about not enough people think about this. That's about sand. It's literally just about sand and sand-related crimes like the Sand Mafia. And he also even called out another one about ranking every item on Panda Express's menu.
Yeah, I mean, I get, why is like Mike from PA's first instinct to go and like look for like critical talking points when we're finally getting like a fucking centrist to start to advocate, sort of, for positions that we have been trying to hammer home for so long, but that everyone else has been blinded by because they can just disregard it as being Hassan related and accuse you of being a Hassan orbiter and apply their like heuristic for what that looks like and never take you seriously or consider what you have to say as a result. The fact that normal people in the middle, even if we consider them like pussies, spineless fence sitters, etc., if they start to adopt some of the talking points slowly over time, that is a win.
He used that to like belittle me about, it's not good is the thing he was insinuating there, but it's not like a viral story. It's not like Panda Express is a huge topic you gotta strike while the iron's hot. My channel has always just been things that I'm interested in at the time. And yeah.
I like to win. Explain. No. The reason I gave so much charity to Doobie is because they evidently tried to, when I was engaging in criticism of Destiny, go back into my past and find shit about me to mischaracterize in an effort to do the biggest genetic fallacy cope I've ever seen. And then when I saw those DMs from Wick, where I find out he doesn't actually even believe what he's arguing for, he's just doing it tactically, it sort of like convinces me, okay, these guys are just going to assume there's dirt first and then try to find it later because they're only interested in smearing a critic. So when I hear this about this happening to other people, I'm going to be a little more sympathetic to them because it's happened to me, right?
There are a lot of stories I get sent that I do find interesting and do yap about, like the Lego scandal. But I really do miss a lot more these days than I did when I was very online all the time, like 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know like how else to prove it to you. I mean, I guess like you can look at my Twitter page and see that I have 2 tweets in like the last 2 years, or on Instagram I make like a post every month and a half, and a lot of them are just me hanging out with my farm animals. Like, you can check my streaming history and see that I'm not an active streamer, like I'm an active streamer, but I'm not streaming with the same frequency I used to, and I'm not putting in really long hours aside from when I did Destiny 2 Salvation's Edge Blind recently, which was fucking exciting, but I don't really know how else to say it. I just don't see everything that happens online, and I can't believe that's something that's apparently like a big issue or so unbelievable. Like, in fact, it's embarrassing for me that people can't imagine that I'm not online all the time.
All the lazy ass fucking thumbnails. Also, he has the Asmongold outfit where he only wears a dirty white t-shirt in every fucking thumbnail. God, every single video is like, guys, he's gotta stay offline to make his Panda Express tier list.
Well, now you've gone way too far. How fucking dare you? I've been wearing white t-shirts, not dirty white t-shirts, by the way, pristine Jim Mint white t-shirts since high school, since Asmongold was in diapers. But it's like me saying that you have a moist Critikal hair and beard combo. But anyway, now let's talk about the other lawsuits here, because that was a big point that people were very upset with, that I didn't extensively cover those as well when talking about the defamation lawsuit. And since I didn't do so, and people didn't believe that it was because I didn't know about it, they are accusing me of knowingly avoiding it or even silently.
Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Who cares? Honestly, who cares if what he knowingly avoided in the past? He could be a useful asset now. This like stupid fucking like purity testing or like I just don't, who cares? The question is, what is he capable of doing for this side now, and how do you get him there, right?
Championing for those lawsuits, which I find befuddling, because throughout my entire time on YouTube, the 18 or 19 years on YouTube, I think I have made it beyond crystal clear how much I dislike this litigious approach to online discourse, and really just this excessive use of the legal system for strong arming or silencing. Like, I have made I don't know how many videos covering cases even outside of like the internet scope of like, sometimes the legal toilet paper flying back and forth, but like just in general, like the willy-nilly lawsuits that fly around from like corporations attempting to bully people too. Like, I don't know why anyone would think for a second that I would be avoiding talking about that or agree.
This is so boring. I gotta be honest with you. Does he say anything useful in this video? This is like the most. I have nothing to say. It is so absurdly fucking boring. It's actually, this is unironically the most boring thing I've ever watched. I would it's his voice that really does it too. I'd literally rather like sit here and watch like paint dry, unironically, like compared to this. Like his voice just makes it like so fucking hard to listen to.
Being with it. Why would I? I never have in the past, so why would I start now? You just don't like me, which is totally fine. I get it. Not everyone likes the old Florida peach, but you're just viewing it in bad faith and making that assumption, and it's incorrect. Because the truth is, and this shouldn't come as a shock to anyone, after learning more about those other lawsuits that Ethan is engaged in, like the fair use lawsuits and such, guess what? I don't agree with those either. Now, obviously, I don't know all the...
Awesome! Based! So I don't give a fuck what he did or didn't agree with in the past. Based that you're here, okay? Take it for what it is.
Gritty around every single lawsuit. I've only just begun learning about all of these, but from everything I've seen from the lawsuits that he has actively going on, there's nothing in there that makes me think that this is like the right way of doing things, or that this is different from other times in the past where creators have sued each other over disputes. Now, clearly, I don't know all the nuance and intricacies of fair use law. Ethan would certainly know that better than I, and many others would. So maybe he has some strong cases here, and in one of the instances with one of these streamers, it did seem like they were just uninterrupted playing the video without even an attempt to transform it. So maybe that could be like a...
Which is what I'm doing to Critikal right now.
Fair use win for Ethan. But I just don't think that's a win overall. Like, for as long as I've been on the internet, that kind of behavior has been frowned upon. And I really think if the targets were different, if it wasn't streamers that a lot of people don't like, the response would be very different to these lawsuits.
Yeah, no shit. It's easy for everyone to pretend to have principles. It's really hard to apply it when push comes to shove and it's not beneficial for you. That's why spineless fucking cowards like More Pegasus or Diorio, despite in the past maybe saying things that would indicate that they're against behavior or activities like this, when it comes to targets where it would be beneficial to them if these people were targeted, or it's being conducted by somebody where it would be beneficial for them to provide the defense of, there needs to be a million qualifiers like, yeah, I don't feel bad for these guys. I don't feel bad for these guys, despite the fact that the act in and of itself violates the preconceived precedent, because they're fucking spineless hacks.
Right now, a lot of people celebrate them because they just hate the people that Ethan is suing. So they go yeehaw for it. But these individuals, like the streamers in particular for fair use, they are a fraction of the size of Ethan. So it's to me, a hard case to make that he was genuinely like losing eyeballs because of them streaming it on their Twitch channel. And yeah, that is like a big asshole thing for them to do.
Yeah, and also these are like, just like these are lefties, like proper lefties who engage in things like boycotting, who do not want to even like give material support to anybody that is sort of affiliated to the Israeli state due to the actions that it's perpetrating. So the assumption would be that a significant number of eyes were taken off of his video because people were watching the other people watch it instead. But like it's crazy to assume that those people would have otherwise like directly supported your video when we know that like this is a topic that people rightfully feel so strongly about that they're boycotting shit like soda. So why would they go and decide to give like any form of support to somebody who actively provides minimizations for the crimes of the Israeli state?
It's not hurting you, it's just you don't like them, and they don't like you. So this was a way of being able to get a big jab in there, and since a lot of the internet doesn't like them, they get to rally behind you as well, as opposed to start asking the question, why even bother? You already won, again, against that kind of behavior. The internet, from what I can tell, this is kind of post-mortem now since I'm super late to it, but from what I can tell, no one was really on the side of the streamers that were just blatantly streaming it without any kind of transformation or anything like that. So you already won. What's the point in continuing this further, paying big bucks to the lawyer just so you can also financially hurt them to further, get them? It seems like it's less about, fighting a just cause for fair use and more about like, here's some more ammunition. The big one that I spent the most time looking into is the Diddums case because it's the most recent and is being touted as a tentative loss for Ethan, which I don't know what tentative loss really means because it's not an official loss. It's still an ongoing lawsuit here. But the judge had like a very seemingly stern view on it that even cited Ethan Klein's previous fair use.
This is the biggest, this restored my faith in humanity. Okay, like the real world, real world irony is just so funny. The fact that his own lawsuit, the precedent that he set from his own lawsuit, is what was used to establish the tentative ruling is fucking hilarious.
Against him in his suit against Diddums. Ethan Klein, a while back, had a landmark achievement in the fight for fair use against good old bold guy Matt Haas, and that ruling was cited here against him in this fair use lawsuit. So to me, that illustrates that maybe these lawsuits aren't coming from a genuine place of trying to enforce real fair use and are potentially just coming from a place of revenge. Now, I don't know the intricacies of everyone that's being sued and their relationship to Ethan and the Snark community. I don't know, but from everything I've seen in these lawsuits, I just don't agree with going this extremely litigious path. There are very few lawsuits in this space that I think make sense. And like I said yesterday, the one that does is him going after the snarking community that allegedly did send a fraudulent CPS check to his house and human skulls, which apparently is taboo to even mention now for some reason. I got fucking dog
Skulls?
From everything I've seen, that did happen, right? Like, I didn't hallucinate.
Listen. Take back everything I said before. I had no idea they sent skulls to this guy's house. Everything I said before is retroactively retracted. Okay, I finally, after the 10,000th time of hearing about it, I have finally been convinced that Ethan Klein has the God-given right to enact vengeance on humanity as a whole. Okay? We all bear collective guilt for making that CPS call as a society.
That or anything. So, like, that's a pretty fucking big deal. That's a pretty traumatizing thing. That is psychopath behavior. So, if the snarking community is responsible for that, then yeah, it makes sense to go that path because that is extremely unhinged. And that is something that should be pursued legally to stop that from ever happening again. But yeah, I honestly am very surprised how many people were so quick to jump to the conclusion that I was avoiding this and lying about not knowing about it and secretly championing for those lawsuits and that kind of thing. It's so upsetting because good faith is something that's just gone. It's completely flushed down the shitter. Anyone who would watch the video in good faith would be able to recognize, okay, maybe he is telling the truth and doesn't know about those lawsuits, which is why he hasn't included them there. I feel like that would be a normal thing to do, a courtesy to extend, considering I've always vocally advocated against this kind of extremely litigious path in online discourse and online communities. So why now is that no longer afforded the courtesy of, oh no, he definitely fell back on his principles. He doesn't believe in that anymore here. But I guess to be honest, good faith is kind of viewed as weakness online. People are far more interested in scalp, far more interested in the spectacle and as much shit slinging as possible. So if it's trying to approach things with a level head, you kind of get attacked by everybody because no one really wants that anymore. So like yesterday, I feel like I did a very good faith look at everything, and I spent 3 hours going through.
But he was attempting to placate both sides simultaneously. He said things that were absolutely true and needed to be said, and the things that he said, and the things that he did say that were good enough where I kind of can ignore the bad. But there was like obvious like attempts to sort of exaggerate how bad the iDub stream was to placate both sides when he's using like the most dramatic fucking language possible, like calling it like atrocious and not even bad, atrocious. Okay, that like a little bit fucking dramatic.
Like the essentials of what was going on, learning about it from the ground up. And once I did that, then I dove into watching iDubbbz stream where the lawsuit spawned from. I watched H3 stream, and I talked to them and continued to look deeper into it across the span of most of that day. And I approached it, I believe, in very good faith across the board. And in doing so, you will always earn that prestigious title of fence sitter. If you're not extreme on either side of the drama, you are fence sitting it. Which I think it's a term that's really lost all its luster, because in that video, I think it's a pretty strong stance. I don't agree with Ethan's defamation lawsuit. And I spent 36 minutes yapping about all of my reasons.
Based.
Why? And boy howdy, I repeated myself multiple times. I watched it back, and I literally made the same point like 3 times by accident. Like I said, I do most of these in only a handful of takes, so sometimes I lose track of what I've already said. So like, I really did make it very clear what my stance is. That this is not something that gets 2 big thumbs up for me. But because I also mentioned that iDubbbz stream was a very poorly handled one that I think used a disgusting comment to try and illustrate his point, and that it was a very painful stream to sit through, because I mentioned that, people are accusing me of both siding it. You were shitting on iDubbbz for most of the video, actually, which I don't know how you walk away with that impression. iDubbbz himself will also tell you that that was a bad stream, and he was regretful of it. He has publicly come out, apologized for it, and said
well, I mean, compelled by a cease and desist, that was a total lie, because when the behavior ceased, the legal consequence still occurred, right?
It was bad, and that was too far. But me giving my perspective that, yeah, it was pretty torturous to sit through is apparently, a big no-no. Now, I'm going to go ahead and repeat myself again before getting into the next stuff I want to talk about, because, again, a lot of the drama from this isn't even about my take on it. It's about clips of my take on it without even giving why I think that. So I want it really front and center, so that there can be no confusion why I disagree with this defamation lawsuit. So to do that, let's take it from the top, from the start. What started this defamation lawsuit?
It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed, because it's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up.
That comment he is showing was not made by him. He then goes on to explain what he's actually trying to accomplish by having that comment on his stream for so long as a watermark.
Also, I will say that I think Ethan Klein is terrified of this guy. So it's just kind of like legit. It is, to me, it's super funny that he has so much.
I mean, I think it's less so, once again, I think it's less so being terrified, and the unequal consequence and the unequal interest is literally because the thing in and of itself is not what he actually has grievance with. It's due to the history, right? And his history with iDubbbz is what's motivating his like feigned outrage over the platforming of this comment.
Smoke for everyone that he thinks he can bully, but the person that he's fucking terrified, he just keeps very overtly running from. And it's like, yeah.
I think he made this point pretty dog shittily and used a very gross comment for it, which is what I said yesterday, and I still stand by that, and I said it to iDubbbz as well. The point that he is making by showing this comment on his stream is, look at what Destiny can say and get away with without Ethan's wrath, yet he has smoke for so many other people. Destiny has said something unthinkably heinous, and Ethan isn't going after him, he's going after other people. He must be afraid of him. That is his point with showing that. Ethan has gone on to say that this is significantly more malicious from iDubbbz than Destiny, because Destiny said it in passing, and, he was just being a dickhead and disavowed it. But iDubbbz isn't saying it, and he even openly states without any guesswork, without any riddles, without any sarcasm, that he doesn't agree with it, that he doesn't believe it. He is not presenting it as true. But Ethan is saying,
Base, yeah, he needed to emphasize this more in the original video. Like, it's not even just he didn't express agreement with the statement being made. He actively, like, said the opposite. He vocally expressed he doesn't believe what's being stated is true.
Malicious because Ian Idubbbz did.
Dude, Ethan made the connection. Lumpy Willie was Aiden's top guy. It's so true.
Meet his family, meet his kids, and now he has that comment on his stream. And I agree, that is filthy, and it is very low, which is why I'm saying it wasn't a good stream from Idubbbz. It just wasn't, and it's something he admits as well. But at no point in that stream that I sat through did Idubbbz ever try and make the argument that Destiny's comment reflects the truth or is real in any way. He openly says he doesn't agree with it. He is using it to make a point. He doesn't do a great job of expressing that point super clearly.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Instead of calling it atrocious, that's better. All right?
What he does express clearly, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, is that he doesn't agree with the comment. So it just doesn't make sense to me why Ethan is super willing to say, like, I didn't mean anything coming from Destiny, but Idubbbz having it on his stream means malicious intent and that it's lending an air credibility to it. I just disagree because he's never putting credibility into it. Him sarcastically saying that there's a serious allegation that he should really look at is him making the point that why are you ignoring something this gross from Destiny but going so hard on others for much less? And in Ethan's statement, like I pointed out, he does outright say that he had a much better chance of winning against Idubbbz in Canada because of their laws there being very different than the laws here in the US. So he didn't believe he could actually win against Destiny in the US, but felt he could against Idubbbz in Canada. So to me, that feels like trying to capitalize off lax free speech laws in Canada to get revenge and using.
Well, also, yeah, but the Canadian legal system specifically seemingly allows him to punish Idubbbz regardless of the decision of the case. Ethan has the money to spend on frivolous litigation. Idubbbz clearly does not have the money to spend dealing with it, and Canada will make him pay out of pocket, regardless of if he wins.
This as a convenient excuse of exacting that revenge and punishing him further for associating with snarkers, as opposed to actually pursuing a real defamation case. Because if it's a defamation case you're only willing to pursue in Canada and not here in the States, then to me it doesn't feel like a defamation case worth pursuing. And people are upset at me for saying that, but I just truly believe that free speech, laws around speech in general, should be very protected. And I feel like the US does a pretty strong job compared to other countries. And I think
they love to complain about like the free speech laws in like England or former Commonwealth nations, etc. They love to complain about that, but seemingly only when it's negatively affecting people who are expressing overtly right-wing viewpoints. Yet they fucking cheer and clap like seals the second it's happening to somebody they dislike because they have no standards. And it is such an easy and lazy way to fucking live when your standards can just shift based on whether the given application is beneficial for you or not. It's spineless.
Every country on the planet to have laws that are strong to protect real free speech. And like I said, if Idubbbz was going around saying that the Destiny comment was accurate, it was true, and promoting it as a legitimate claim that he believed in and used his previous friendship with Ethan as this place of credibility to try and convince his argument that this is a claim that has really got some merit to it, some real oomph, then I would completely agree that wouldn't be free speech, and that wouldn't be protected in the US either, by the way. So in that case, I would get that. If he was going around knowingly spreading this fraudulent, disgusting allegation and promoting it as the—
Yo, what the fuck? Mug cop? Surely you're not who I'm holy shit, it's you! Dude, it's fucking been a minute. Like, how many years? How many years has it been? No, you're a fake. Good one. Good one. I see the Drippy text. The, what's his fucking name? Forget the guy's name. Remember Drippy text? I see that in your banner. It's you. Dude, it's been... How many years has it been?
That would be a defamation case that I would understand, but that's just not the truth of what happened in that stream. I am still just not a fan of extremely litigious avenues for handling the online space. I don't think there's ever any winners in it at all, except for, of course, the fucking lawyers that are salivating. And yes, I do believe this sets a bad example that can open a big can of worms in the online space.
Yeah, but Ethan Klein does not care if he sets a bad example. He doesn't care about precedent. It's just writing. It's just getting back at the people that he holds his fucking grudges with, right? He doesn't care who is affected in the process. And the thing is, he's actually the most, like, he's very affected by it. You can literally watch, like, I've said this before, I've reconsidered, like, my own grudges because of Ethan Klein, because I just look at, like, what spite has done to this guy. Like, the just, like, obsessive hatred to the point where even when he's on, like, a live, like, gambling match or whatever, he's, like, saving shit about, like, Anissa talking about, like, fucking hair removal procedures, like, on her genitalia. Like, he's like totally like neurotically fucking obsessed with like with whatever the people he doesn't like are doing and trying to enact vengeance in any way possible. And it's because his enablers have made him believe that he is a blank check to do this, because his own reckless online statements led to some fucking moron somewhere calling CPS an unfortunate situation, right? An unfortunate situation that he contributed to. And then there were skulls sent to his house, which is also, you know, obviously can be perceived as threatening, but it's been a year. I think whatever implied threat was occurring there is gone.
Commentary YouTubers, by the way, just in general, people were upset about stifling voices but didn't bother to hear the entire take. The reason why I think something like this would stifle voices is because if this does become commonplace, where people learn from this example that going through litigation to handle issues is the proper channel, people will be less willing to cover controversial stories. Like, for example, when you make a video calling out like a potential scam.
Controversial story. Fuck controversial stories. If what Ethan is trying to do becomes precedent, you won't even be able to quote controversial people to... I'm not saying that this is actually at risk of happening. I don't think Ethan's going to win the case. And I don't think he intends... I think Ethan is going into this knowing he's probably... No, like, not... I don't think he's playing to win. I think he's playing to hurt iDubbbz, and he's going to do that regardless of whether or not he wins. But, like, just hypothetically assuming, once again, this is applied as precedent, you wouldn't be able to directly quote controversial statements, even for the sake of explicitly expressing your disagreement with them or highlighting a point, without being held accountable for the statement that somebody else made entirely.
You are taking a very real risk. And in the case of this, who's to say that company that may or may not be scamming sees that and just immediately goes this path, shutting it down? You are showing this customer's perspective, and it's hurting our brand. It's defamatory. We are coming after you with litigation. It would be, I believe, an issue that could be wide-reaching. And other YouTubers that are, in a beef with each other, maybe they do the same thing, like, you said this about me, or you posted a screenshot of a tweet that was slanderous about me, so now I'm coming after you legally. And then it just becomes a big problem. Like, I'll use a commentary example because I think that's the one people are very focused on. You remember the whole Mr. Beast and Dog?
What did he just say?
Like, you said this about me, wide-reaching. And other YouTubers that are, in a beef with each other, maybe they do the same thing, like, you said this about me, or you posted a screenshot of a tweet that was slanderous about me, so now I'm coming after you legally. And then it just becomes a big problem. Like, I'll use a commentary.
Hold on, we need to slow it down. Did you hear what I just heard? Did you hear what I just heard? Did he say Dickers? Is Dickers getting a shout out? He's saying commentary, and then he... Wait.
Becomes a big problem. Like,
Oh, take 4. Got it. I was like, dead.
I'll use a commentary example because I think that's the one people are very focused on. You remember the whole Mr. Beast and Dog Pack thing? Well, that was...
Dude, I'm seeing ghosts.
This is perhaps the biggest payday for tons of commentary channels that latched onto that bosom hard. Tons and tons and tons of videos are being churned out daily covering that situation there. And fast forward a length of time, turns out a lot of the allegations were either misleading or just outright false and incorrect. So should Mr. Beast then turn around and issue a lawsuit to every commentary channel that was covering that saga and siding with Dogpack and promoting the Dogpack allegations as truth and putting them forward as legitimate and real? I don't think so. I don't think that would be a good thing, but he realistically probably does have a pretty...
No, I think you should feel comfortable with expressing your opinions, even if you're completely wrong and have more than enough reason to believe you're wrong. And I think the effective way... Opinions, right? It's very different to state a takeaway on something. It's very different to state your takeaway on something, even if it's built on flawed premises or invalid, etc. That's different than lying about a fact. Lying that something happened or an event occurred that did not, okay? Then you fall into, like, defamatory or libelous or fucking slanderous territory where, depending on the damages of the claim, like, there are conceivable scenarios where I think it would be justified for somebody to go through legal channels to resolve, like, legitimately damaging defamatory comments. But that's mostly going to be, I'm mostly going to be thinking about that for, like, nobodies, right? Like, if you're getting lied about by somebody with a huge platform and you've no platform of your own to stand on, and they're, like, making super damaging claims against you that are just straight up lies being conducted in malice, like, yeah, I don't know if I'd be entirely against, depending on the specific situation, you utilizing the legal system to correct that. But if you understand a Moist Girl video 2 times, you've CTE, I watch everything on this video was so boring, I had to speed it up. It's so boring.
Strong-ish case you could build for defamation.
It's like fucking stupid, he has like the Sunday thing, the President Sunday thing, where I just like, it's the voice. The voice just, like, puts me to sleep.
Lawsuits against a lot of channels that were actively preaching Dogpack's allegations as gospel. Titles and thumbnails talking about how he's a fraud and a scammer based on the Dogpack allegations, many of which turned out to be incorrect. But they were still promoting them as the truth. So should Mr. Beast issue defamation lawsuits to all those commentary channels? And should this end in a...
This Andrew guy in your chat has... Everybody in my chat thinks that. We leave Andrew here because he makes things a bit more interesting.
Have a favorable ruling in the books for this defamation case, well, then Mr. Beast could point to, look at that, he won here already, we can use that. I'm not saying that would happen, but maybe it could. It's, again, probably just not best to just have that ammunition as a possibility. Now, at the end of the day, that's just one Cro-Magnon's perspective on it, and it is completely fine to disagree with it, even healthy. You know what's not healthy is this trend where people don't even watch the video and only engage through select Twitter clips in order to get outraged at and form their whole opinion around the video they didn't watch from. No, I don't want to...
Wait, what the fuck is this? Why do I have this person blocked? Who is this? I almost never block people. The only person I blocked, like, I think I blocked in the last couple months is, like, Denal. but that's just because Danal will loop on the same argument after you prove him like that he's wrong. He'll just keep repeating it in your replies. And it's like, why would I not have you blocked in that instance? It's like annoying as fuck. But who the fuck is... It's crazy that at Aiden_UG barely streams. Why? We don't know. He has no job, so he can't make the excuse that he's working. What a okay, I lost. She kind of fucking got me. She got me, okay? She got me. I do need to lock the fuck in. I'm so lazy. Like, it's unreal how lazy I am. I mean, I'm tired from school shit as well, but, like, I'm so lazy, dude. I'm telling you, this summer, you're gonna see victories like you've never seen them before. You're gonna see coverage that is so frequent that my face is gonna be burned into your memory, and I'm gonna appear to you in your dreams.
Just dive into some unhinged takes, but this one actually tilted me, and for some reason I saw this quite a bit. He spoke with Ethan Klein, but not iDubbbz. Pathetic. Like Maximilian Pegasus here. Pathetic Yugi. If only they watched the video, because I didn't just speak to Ethan Klein, I also spoke with iDubbbz, and it's right there in the very beginning of the video, like it's early in the video. Now, I did also have a brief conversation with iDubbbz about this as well. I mean, what can you do? I did say I talked with both of them about it, and yet people are still saying I only heard one side of the story. I mean, really, what can you do? Like, actually,
you're never going to please everybody, right? It's just never gonna happen. You're never gonna, and if you waste your time trying to placate everybody, you're always gonna look like the moderate, and you're gonna be the first guy to get eaten by both sides. Why does nobody put shit in my inbox and I have to see it through Icy? Newly unearthed footage of Diorio and Willie Mack show giggling while talking about deranged lunatic Lumpy Willie, calling him a smart guy, has been exposed.
Lumpy Willie in chat gets fucking...
Oh, he seems like a smart guy.
Lumpy Willie he just showed up today, was fighting with Flamenco in the fucking Ball Black server.
Seems like a smart guy.
Shelby502 mentioned? Diorio guy. If you believe you can make people think and learn, I'd go with that rather than worrying about political positions. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Hell yeah, Ethan Klein is beefing with known scholar Lumpy Willie. Mind you, these are the people who want me to feel ashamed for where I work. Where does she work? What? Who the fuck? I've heard her name. People are like, "Yo, Aiden, you seen that shit from Guam?" I'm like, the U.S. island territory in the Pacific? What are you talking about? And they're actually talking. I'm sorry. I'm gonna regret this in a sec. They're only talking about a woman the size of an island. I'm kidding. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. We don't body shame here. Okay, we don't body shame. But what is she talking about? I'm like actually so curious. Was that was that a fat joke? It was. Listen, as a former fat person, I'm allowed to make an occasional fat joke, especially for people that are running apologia for genocidal maniacs. She acts like she works for the IDF. Oh, wait. Interesting. Very, very... Grok, is this true? She works for H3... Oh, that's... Oh, yeah, no shit. That's a given. Ashamed for where I work. I mean, yeah, I think Ethan's engaged in, like, super fucking shitty behavior. And I think that, like, he's just surrounded himself with enablers, and it's really pathetic. I don't know why you're addressing Lumpy Willie like he thinks anything, because he doesn't. He's a one guy. He says purposefully shocking and outlandish shit to garner a reaction, and I can totally agree this joke is too far. But, like, this guy doesn't matter at all. He is a nobody. He's not a YouTuber. He's not a straight. He's just a chatter. And he's a chatter that is specifically known for saying things he doesn't believe for the sake of shocking people. And I agree, it's an immature mindset, you know, immature form of humor, etc. Sometimes it can be funny. But like, they're addressing that, like, apparently the Snark server was so bad, they have to go, like, dig up what the jokes that chatters are making in, like, other servers and, like, sort of tenuously link that back to everybody. Lumpy, I touched myself at work today. Willie wins again. Dude, this guy was going to be my co-host with Poop Swag. We were going to cover the Namibian election. I don't even know if he knows what's going on right now. You made it. Ethan will give you a shout out on his Denal. Are you real? If you're real and not automated, can you type that you're real in chat? I can't tell if, like, the Denal thing is, like, 5,000 layers of irony, and I'm just not getting it. Because, like, Denal was tweeting out that I'm going to be, like, deposed and go to prison. Because I got mentioned in the Destiny court filings. You had a good run. Well, the thing is, I have an easy refutation of this if Ethan or any of them try to link me to this. This was occurring in somebody else's server, and when Lumpy tried to make the same joke in my server, he was moderated for it. I shut that shit down immediately because I don't, there's no reason to talk about people's kids. Well, that's not true. There could be some reasons to talk about people's kids, but, like, generally speaking, there are not a whole lot of good reasons, even for the sake of humor, to even be invoking that. So I shut that shit down. Is Denal connected from... Yes. What's stopping you from still doing the podcast? The H3 podcast? Okay. No one ever said you would go to prison. You will get subpoenaed. Bookmark this comment. What am I going to get subpoenaed for? What would be the basis? What would I be subpoenaed over? Huh? I'm sure there's great content, but it's just being posted in Icy Chat, so I'm never gonna see it. Because these people fucking suck. Where the fuck? Dude, it's all Minecraft shit. We have a Minecraft chat. Stop flooding Icy. It's just all Minecraft shit. Can't do his own job, by the way. So true. So we got this tweet from another serious, opinionated individual by the name of Federal Rape. Hey, H3 Productions, here's Lumpy Willie coordinating with streamers Chud Logic, Nicholas Diorio, and Turkey Tom to try to harass an elderly man. I'm sorry to break the news to you like this. The pudgy Italian was in on many snarks from the beginning. Dude, it would be so funny if the thing that finally solidifies the Diorio fucking, the Diorio Ethan rift, if the thing that finally solidifies it is Hellbat, because Ethan is linking on it. What is this Reddit post that everybody's talking about? Because some fucking loser, okay, whoever did this, you are a fucking loser, decided to come in here and be like, did you see the Reddit post? And then never linked it in inbox. Just never linked it. Just never linked. I guess they were trying to telepathically communicate it to me. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about some like Reddit bullshit. We can try to check the Clipped Live subreddit and see if we could figure out what the fuck they're talking about, because I'm just supposed to, I guess. People in the Snark Left Discord server are trying to dox Ethan Klein's son's preschool. What the fuck? For those who don't know, Lumpy Willie is a prominent Chud Logic chatter. No wonder Nick purged these freaks from his community, Lamafau. A Chud Logic chatter, you say? Well, if my memory serves me correct, is Lumpy Willie's YouTube channel still up? He's not a YouTuber, but he had one video posted, and it's a clip of him calling into LolCow Live to say that Nicholas Diorio owns you. Bro, you will all get sued. Good. A LOL suit would get me attention. Please, sue me. Sue me. I want you to do it. I want you to do it. Come on. Dude, I'm trying to bait a lawsuit for content. Oh, more Bo Blacks posting. Look in inbox. Thank you, Balls Mahone. Oh, wait. Or sorry, thank you, Sublime Lion and Balls Mahone for pointing it out. But Aiden, you were poor. Believe it or not, I have a few legal connections. People that are very, very, very good lawyers. And I've always considered this possibility. I've always considered this prospect that the day is going to come where I get hit with a lawsuit. I am not scared. I got connections like this, okay? People that would represent me pro bono, okay? You'd think it was fucking F. Lee Bailey, fucking Johnny Cochran walking into the courthouse, okay? With what I got. I don't like that joke. I'm Bobka. This is icky. This is offensive. Nicholas Diorio appears to disavow Hellbent and Augie RFC in one breath. That's disappointing. I would hope Nick would have a hard line against working with someone who engages in this sort of behavior these days, hopefully. I know in the past he rolled with a crew who were pretty aggressive and said yuck things and used big boy words. But now that he's older, I feel he's calmed down a lot and matured past that group who are stuck with their Arrested Development crew. To be fair, this stuff is fan art. I've never commissioned any Wiggler from this person. They just said I could use it, and it's a big reason why I've been hesitant with merch. Hellbent, thrown under the bus. Thrown under the bus. Now, the old Aiden would be looking at this with a sick satisfaction, reveling in it. But, I'm a man now, okay? I don't mean that, sorry, not like as in I'm FTM. I've grown up, okay? I've grown up. And, this is cowardly. Very fucking cowardly. By the way, we're like 30 away from Streamly goal, so if like somebody wants to like, I don't know, like a foreign agent or something wants to like buy my like support for me to provide propaganda for your country, unless it's like a few specific countries, but if you want to buy my support, you could tip through Streamlabs Super Chat, help us hit Streamly goal, and I will run propaganda for you. Do something to earn it. Ask Ethan to call in. Ethan should call in. I agree. You should call in, Denal. How much did Diorio pay her for the... I don't think he did pay her, did he? I think she just volunteered to do that, right? Wait, this is an immature mindset, too, but... Let's watch Hellbent's stand-up show. It's the only comedy show on Earth where everybody leaves crying. Dude. Next stream, he starts advertising property in Tel Aviv. Did you see Gwyneth Paltrow? Who was it that's like now like unironically advertising for property in Tel Aviv? Watch the J-Stock timestamp. I'm gonna watch it on my own. This sucks so bad. It's not worth watching. Okay. Awesome. Who's Gwen? Who's Gwen? Who the fuck is, huh?
Of somebody else reacting to this lawsuit. Hold on.
Oh. Let me just get my take before this comes out here, because I think iDubbbz didn't he offer to
Gwyneth.
settle with Ethan Klein. He did, right?
I'm tired. I'm very tired. Okay.
He was like, "Listen, Ethan, my bad. I want to move on. I'm sorry. I apologize, etc., etc."
I was like, from Spider-Man? Dude, I'm so tired.
Didn't something like that happen like a week or two ago? I feel like he did. He made a statement.
When Dan says this, you can just know in your heart that, to me, I believe that Ethan would have been asking Dan about it. And
how tired am I? It feels like sleep is a foreign concept I have yet to experience the grace of. That's how tired I am. Check DMs, very important for your... Yeah, I watched... You're talking about this video?
of somebody else reacting to this lawsuit. Hold on.
Oh. Let me just get my take before this comes out here, because I think iDubbbz didn't he offer to settle with Ethan Klein. He did, right? He was like, "Listen, Ethan, my bad. I want to move on. I'm sorry. I apologize, etc., etc." Didn't something like that happen like a week or two ago? I feel like he did. He made a statement.
When Dan says this, you can just know in your heart.
Because this person
to
said...
me, I believe when...
Kathy said check DMs, so then I just clicked the most recent, but it's the same link. I'm looking in DMs, Kathy. I'm looking in DMs. It is literally the same link. You have not sent me anything new. What am I looking at?
That Ethan would have been asking Dan about it, and Dan would have said, "Well, it sounds like he's trying to settle with you. It sounds like you can get a settlement out of him." Like, Dan is not saying what he thinks happened. He's saying what he told Ethan happened. You know what I mean? So he's going to go on his stream and he's going to say the same thing that he told Ethan directly. But that's how I interpreted it, okay? This guy constantly tells on himself all the time.
Y'all remember? There was a statement he made, for sure. I remember. You guys don't? I do. I remember. I don't care. Anyways. This guy tried to destroy Ethan Klein.
Yeah, this is too boring. Alright. I'll watch this on my own time. Listen, guys, I know the last two streams have been shit. I am exhausted. I've been exhausted for 2 days. I've had a lot fucking going on. But the lock-in begins this weekend, okay? This week, well, probably going to be more... I'm still going to be streaming this weekend. I have some last things I have to do. But on Monday, the real lock-in begins, okay? Streaming is going front and center, okay? Front and center. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Thank you for all the support. Like on your way out if you haven't already. And we will be well rested tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.